The Senate will come to order. Members, the coat rule is relaxed, although that is a decent amount of chest hair, Senator Smallwood, and it's making me a little uncomfortable, but we'll let it fly. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman,
Let's do this.
Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hendrickson, Hawkins Lewis,
Good morning.
Kirkmeyer, Colker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter,
Here.
Zenzinger, Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Newcastle please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Michelson Janae.
I move that the Senate Journal of November 17th, 2023, also my grandmother's birthday, be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. Senate Services.
November 18th. November 18th, correctly printed Senate Bills 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, correctly engrossed Senate Bill 2.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for the third reading of bills consent calendar.
The motion is to proceed out of order for the third reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We will now proceed out of order. Third reading of bills consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of the bill on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Zenzinger and Bridges and Representative Burton Garcia concerning creating a program to provide food benefits to students from low-income households during summer months and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar, Senate consent calendar, Senate Bill 002.
This is for consent calendar Senate Bill 2. Is there any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of the bill on the third reading of bill's consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on the one bill, Senate Bill 2.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 2. Senator Basley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 002.
Senator Basley will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 2. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 2 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Hansen, Exum, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Kolker, Gonzalez, Janal, Henriksen, Fields, Priola, Danielson, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Pelton B. All right. Jaquez Lewis. Oh, Winter. Please add the president. Please add Senator Malika to the roll. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Roberts will take the chair.
Oh, you got to read the script.
Yeah.
After you read the script.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is still relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee proceed out of order to take up Senate Bill 3.
The motion is to proceed out of order to consider Senate Bill 3. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 3?
Senate Bill 3 by Senators Hendrickson and Marchman and Representatives Mabry and Dixon concerning the creation of an identical refund payment on excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 2022-23 state fiscal year only.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 3. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 3 looks at the way in which our TABOR refunds go out back to the people of Colorado. One of the things that I have been talking about a lot, and one of my concerns as we talk about taxation and tax relief for the people of Colorado, is that our income tax system is baked with inequity. Our flat tax rate is punitive relative to our peer states in that middle-class families pay a higher percentage of their income in taxes, and our wealthiest Coloradans pay lesser taxes. What that means is in states like Iowa, Ohio, Nebraska, states that nobody would consider to be bastions of progressive policy, a family with 2 income earners that make $40,000 a year are going to pay more taxes here than they would in those states. So when we have a TABOR refund and it goes back to the taxpayers of Colorado, it's important that we do it in an equal way, because the current 6-tier system that we have perpetuates that inequity. Doing it this way ensures that working families of Colorado will get an increase in their TABOR refunds, and I ask for your support of Senate Bill 3.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too urge your support of this bill. So I do caution us about pontificating about why people opposed HH. The governor called us to this special session to deal with tax relief for all of Colorado, not just those who own property. And so what I love about this bill is that it is going to impact the majority of Coloradans who work here. 90% of single filers will benefit from this tax structure, and over 50% of married filers will do the same. So in the spirit of helping all of Colorado and not myopically just helping some, I urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to recognize that there are other bills that are currently being considered by this body, both in this chamber and in the House of Representatives, that may affect the overall pool of the TABOR refund, expenditures. With that in mind, I do want to offer an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L003?
Amendment L003.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L003 states that if we adopt this policy, we are agreeing to ensuring a flat and equal TABOR surplus to all Coloradans. And that is true whether the TABOR refund is the existing pot exactly as it is, or whether we add to or subtract to that pot for tax relief elsewhere. So if that is reduced, the refund is recalculated and still issued on an equalized basis. And I ask for your support of Amendment L003.
Senator Henriksen, could you move the amendment, please?
And I move Amendment L003.
All right. Is there any discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question, Senator, on the amendment? Okay. Seeing no further discussion on the adoption of L003, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and L003 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we heard this in committee yesterday, and taxpayer bill of rights refund is a refund, meaning that the overpayment to the state in taxation is refunded to the people who paid that. And it's set up in 6 levels of payments going back to the folks according to how much they contributed in the overage, the overpayment. So they're the ones who were out that money, and they're the ones who deserve the refund of that money back to them. This bill is not a refund, it is a redistribution. So it is an unfair, oh, thank you. It is an unfair approach. So I'm going to urge a no vote on it because this is something different than what Taxpayer Bill of Rights was all set up to do. As it's a fairness issue. It certainly could be considered an envious issue about some folks are making it better than others, and I understand that. The only good side about it, what I like about the bill, frankly, is that it includes a lot more people in Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds so that they get to appreciate that we need to keep Taxpayers Bill of Rights in place. They appreciate that we are taxing the folks more than what we're authorized to spend, authorized to collect. So it helps keep Taxpayers Bill of Rights in a positive light amongst a lot more of the citizens, but in the end, it is not a fair bill, and I strongly urge a vote against this bill. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I too heard this bill, and I want to tell the sponsors, while I appreciate where they're coming from and what they're attempting to do, I believe one of the good senators in support of her bill was saying that it helps like 90% of the people will get a greater refund. But what she leaves out is that a lot of those people, of that 90%, they are paying little or no taxes, yet they're still getting the same refund as the person, or the husbands and wives that are making $200,000 or more. It's not very unusual today for a husband and wife or whomever, couples and so forth, that they can make $150,000, $200,000, and yet they're going to get the same refund, even though they're paying far more in taxes than somebody who is only earning $25,000, $30,000, or combined of up to $104,000. In the name of equity, they are penalizing a significant portion of people who have overpaid their taxes. Yeah.
Can we get rid of the ring?
They're not. They're not. You want me to start all over? No.
We heard you.
So anyways, I'm sorry about the ring. I know it's weird up here too. So the point that I'm making is that a lot of the people that have overpaid their taxes by a significant amount by a significant amount are going to get far less than, if I stand back, it's still, yeah. Good, I'm glad it's not me. So, I know this sound is bad.
Senator Liston, if you don't mind, I'm going to put us in a recess so we can figure this out. The Senate will be in recess.
I know, yeah, it's bad.
Careful there.
Okay. I didn't figure as much.
Okay, so it's this one that's being the gigantic feedback.
It's this one?
You want him to turn it on? You want to
No,
turn it
no,
on,
no.
Dave, and you can check, see what it is? Yeah,
It
here.
was a little loose. It's a little loose.
You want to see how feedback?
Check,
turns
check,
on?
audio check. Check, check, audio check.
Did you hear it? Is that one?
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. This one's super hot. Okay.
All right.
Pardon me?
The microphone for the physical note or physical note?
The physical note? Physical note. The physical note, yeah. It's very physical.
See, listen. There's something about your voice and it was like squeegee. I don't know if you knew that.
No, well, I can hear it.
No, I know. Oh, yeah. It's terrible. I'll be even concentrate. Yeah.
Well, it was,
Yeah.
see, I have these great
Because the focus, the focus. Yeah. I was thinking when you were up there, I was thinking that.
the electrons are bombarding my brain.
We were on the same. I could feel the vibe from there.
I know it was the aliens.
They're still working with the mic thing. I think they're getting closer. Or, I don't know if they do it. It might be ineffective. I think it's yes. Oh, I need that. But normally I think this time I stand. I got it.
was the aliens.
was not.
The aliens.
This is
The
part of your
aliens, I
censure.
know.
This is part of your censure.
It is, and they are up there.
Your party is trying to stop you from speaking.
No, we're not. Did you get up to Bozeman this summer or how's your family? Sure, last night at your party. My son is at Bozeman, so we spent some time. He's at MSU.
Mic test, mic test.
Oh, yeah.
Mic test, mic test.
That's what I got. So when I went up there, I was noticing pretty different things. That's where that It was lovely. Such pretty weather. I know. He's done well and he's living a wonderful life.
Good morning. Testing 1, 2. Good.
It's his third year. But you know what? And he enjoyed his first 2 years a lot, and he ended up receiving a scholarship, which caused us to say, it's time for you to have some skin in the game. And so he is.
Senator Lundin.
Our first trip this summer, I can't remember when it was. Oh, it was our first trip. We came from Yellowstone State in Jackson.
Good morning. Mic test. Testing 1, 2. Check, check. Yeah. Good morning. It's really bad with this one. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. check, check. Hello, hello. Mic test, testing. 1 2 1 2. Good morning. This is an audio test. 1 2 1 2. Good morning. This is an audio test. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Check, check.
Mic check, mic check.
Kept trying to get, in and out. But Montana also has beautiful that's so common. It's called Wild River, but it's called the river.
Don't ask, because it will happen. My life be more like that skateboard.
Makes me feel good.
Yeah, when we figured out where the table was. That was your request.
Sorry.
All over again.
We'll wait in the car. Yeah, we're going this way. Well, and that's the thing, is everything gets so
No, I'm not saying we'll go back to tomorrow.
Testing 1 2. Mic check. Test, test. Good morning. This is an audio test. Mic check. Testing 1 2 1 2. Good morning. This is an audio test. Microphone test. Testing 1 2 1 2. Sounds better, yeah. No, that's all right. I'm trying to double check. Light means this is on, right? No, always try to keep that off. I do. And then.
But he did. Messed up his car.
Good evening, Mr. America.
Casper, that's it. That's what I said. So I'll try. He gets excited about getting home. Yes, that's good. Please don't kill yourself trying to get your butt home. Like, I need you home alive. That was terrible. It was. I was in the middle of the meeting. I was speaking, and I looked down, and he called.
Good morning. This is an audio test. Microphone test. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Check, check.
Starting all over again.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Check, check.
Everything's a conspiracy here, bro.
When do you think you'll go spring? Wait till the weather session.
All right, microphone check, testing, 1, 2. Good morning, this is an audio test. Today is Saturday, November 18th. This is an audio test of the Senate chamber. This is the well microphone. Don't hear any more feedback. Turn the volume down a little bit. I think that's what fixed the feedback.
So did you guys stop there? Is that he ended up, he's like, I can't keep going. That is so scary. Because I mean, 60, 70, that's almost hurricane force winds. And we forget that that's right up in.
Good morning.
Hey.
Yeah, I know.
We have kids who live in Bozeman, so his daughter and my son.
Well, it's the way Colorado was 50 years
That's
ago.
what I've always wanted. We've been here 20 years, and it's completely different since we've been here. But this way. Oh, it's so expensive.
We noticed that too.
Were they college kids? Was it my son? I'm teasing. I should show you a picture. He better not be. He's supposed to be making better choices.
I'm not the only one.
There's two of us. That's so fun.
The original.
Is it really? Start off more at so we are built speaking is up to speed.
Once you get out of town.
You're in the middle of nowhere. I have a better chance of cussing it. There may not. Well, that makes sense. I wonder. I bet.
All right.
It is a big city. Right? Yeah. It's kind of like that. See what happens when you
All right, no, I broke it.
Actually, I was lucky. The chair and the chair.
We're actually
Oh, that's Josh. Cruise, but never to the Caribbean.
The committee will come back to order. We are to the bill on Senate Bill 3, and Senator Liston was speaking, so we'll let you resume. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know everybody has been waiting with bated breath, so I guess I'll just start all over. No, I won't. I think I've made my points, but with all due respect to the sponsors of the bill, I fully understand where they're coming from. But as I look through the 6 levels of the fiscal note, I'm certainly not opposed. None of us are opposed to somebody who's making $25,000 or $35,000 or even up to $51,000, getting their due refund. But they're getting a substantial bump at the expense of the people who have been overpaying for all year after year after year through hard work and dedication and education and everything else. They're getting substantially less than the refund than they're actually due by hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. So I won't belabor the point, except that I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 3, and we'll let it go at that. Thank you.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So y'all know I have 6 grandsons. And, the youngest one likes to walk across the field and come over to my house because they just live across the field. And he always comes over and asks if he can have candy and be on the iPad. And I always ask him, I said, well, what does your mother say? And he goes, oh, Mommy said no. And I said, well, then why do you think you get to do it here? He goes, well, because you're Graham. And it was just Mommy who said no, right? Mommy said no. Well, I really appreciate the comment about that we should not, talk about HH and the propensity to talk about why people voted for HH. But I just want to say this. The voters said no. They said no. I'm going to read you the language from 1311. Remember 1311? Do we all remember that bill? We had a discussion about it. In fact, I had an amendment that said, let's just make this TABOR refund mechanism permanent. Why does it have to be temporary? And, pretty sure the vote went down. Everybody on the other side of the aisle voted against it and said, no, we don't want to do that. We're only going to do it this way because, gosh, for the next 6 months, we're going to campaign on it. And that's what y'all did. So here's what the language in 1311 said. Section 1 of this act takes effect only if, at the November 2023 statewide election, a majority of voters approve the ballot issue, submit it for their approval or rejection pursuant to, and essentially it's 303. So only if is what it said in the bill that got passed, 1311. It says only if the voters in November of 2023 at that statewide election, remember Proposition HH? Surely you haven't forgotten what the voters did. It was only 11 days ago. I'm sure you didn't forget. 11 days ago, voters said no. Voters said no. So here we are with Proposition HH Light. You couldn't get it done the November election. And you know what? Gosh, I was out campaigning hard against your Proposition HH. In fact, I saw a couple of you on the campaign trail. And it came up. As you were talking about HH, or the yes vote on HH, the proponents, it came up. And gosh, I also seem to remember your buddy Kyle Clark talking about how you were trying to bribe people to vote for HH. Kyle Clark, your buddy said, well, what are you doing? This is just a bribe. We're trying to bribe people to vote for HH. And we're going to do that because all of these people that normally would get less are now going to get the same amount of those who pay in more income taxes. Because it was a bribe. So this whole thing was tied to 1311, and it was said on the floor that 1311 was tied to 303, Proposition HH. And in fact, it says it in the bill. But remember what you did last year. And remember what the voters did just 11 days ago. It was only 11 days, guys. They said no. No. No to HH. And your bill back in May of 2023, I know that was a long time ago, so maybe some of you don't remember, said only takes effect if the November 2023 statewide election, a majority of the voters approve the ballot issue, Proposition HH. And if they do approve it, then this section takes effect January 1, 2024, or that date, and that's it. It was just tied to HH. So, you sent this to the voters. I'm sorry, you just did not do a very good job at convincing them this was a good idea. Voters said no. No. They knew what they were talking about. They knew what they were voting on. They were able to get through that convoluted, what I called a convoluted mess at one point when I was campaigning no on HH. That complicated HH 303, whatever you want to call it, the voters were able to figure it out because you know why? The voters in Colorado are not dumb. They're not dumb. They said no. So to essentially kind of do a redo on HH and now do it down to legislature, God, it just doesn't really sound like democracy to me. We had a vote. This was originally tied to, and still is tied to, Proposition HH. You got to refer your measure. You had a vote. You had from May 12th to November 7th to make your case. You didn't do it. So approximately 60% of the voters told you no. And here you are 11 days later trying to turn back the vote. Tell them no. You don't even want us to talk about HH. You don't want us to talk about why people voted for HH or they didn't vote for HH. I think it's pretty clear why people voted against HH. They don't want you to use their TABOR refunds to give them property tax relief. They just want property tax relief that we caused. But you tried this. Just like I have to tell my grandson. Mommy said no, so the answer is no. Doesn't matter if you're at my house or your house, the answer is no. Doesn't matter here if we're in our chamber or if the voters said no, you don't get to roll back what the voters said. You don't get to go against the will of the voters. You're all big on democracy. I think we all are in this chamber. Voters said no. You tied 1311, this scheme to do your identical TABOR refunds that, oh, by the way, back in May, you wouldn't make it permanent then. You were asked, and you specifically voted no on that. You said no. I had an amendment. Let's make it permanent. No. We don't want to do that. For God's sakes, we don't want to do that. And now here you are. Voters said no. In case you missed it, it said, this is 1311, House Bill 23-1311, concerning the creation of an identical refund payment of excess state revenues from all sources as a mechanism to refund a portion of the excess state revenues for the 22-23 state fiscal year only. This act only takes effect if at the November 2023 statewide election, 11 days ago, a majority of voters approved the ballot issue? They said no. This isn't time for do-overs. It's not time for you to just bring up little parts of Proposition HH and try and now, you couldn't get it passed at the ballot, so now you're just going to shove it through here. Gosh, really not that time. I think you should really take into consideration the will of the voters. I mean, you know, maybe if 6 months had gone by, you could say your memory feigned you, but I would have reminded you then as well. But here's the thing, voters said no. So I would urge a no vote on this bill.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to be careful. I think we first need to recognize, Mr. Chair, that absolutely voters did reject Proposition HH by a large margin. We should be honest and forthcoming and state that. And also recognize that there are many, many different pieces of HH. And one of the reasons I heard from my constituents who voted no on HH was it was too confusing. It's too complex. And we have heard from voters who have said, I didn't like that TABOR refunds were used to backfill local governments. Okay? We heard that. We have heard arguments made that this piece was it. But what I get really frustrated about is that we take each individual piece of HH and say, this is the reason HH failed. But it only is the reason that HH failed when it pertains to legislation from one side of the aisle. One of the bills that I heard in committee yesterday, and I didn't agree with the policy, but that bill used TABOR surplus as a backfill for a property tax cut, and it was brought by the other party right after we were lectured that that was the exact reason that HH failed. I think there are many reasons that HH failed, but when we ascribe one reason to each individual piece of it, and only when it applies to legislation to fix the problem that is before us now, brought by one party, we need to be consistent. In a poll I saw in June, this flattening of the refunds was one of the most popular parts of HH, independent of all the others. And this existed before HH. We did this last year. It is a priority of mine that we get this in this session. And it is a priority of mine that we continue to do this. I believe that when there is a TABOR surplus and a TABOR refund, this is the fairest way for us to do those refunds. I will bring a bill that will do that in this upcoming general session. And if the permanence is the issue of it, I would invite any member on any side of the aisle to be an original co-sponsor with me on it. So I want to be very clear that this is an issue that I will continue to work on and I believe is the best use of our TABOR refunds in a fair and equitable manner. However, or on that note, I do want to bring amendments, Mr. Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read the title of Amendment 5?
Senate Bill 3, Amendment 5.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am quite confident we will continue to have some disagreements on the broader policy in a moment. However, I hope that we can have some strong bipartisan support for this. There has been challenges at the federal level to TABOR refunds as to whether or not they constitute income for the purposes of federal income taxes. I hope that everybody in this body can agree that a refund on taxes paid does not constitute additional income. And this amendment codifies that in statute. Were we to pass this bill, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L005.
Discussion of the amendment. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleague from Pueblo and Environs for bringing this. Amendment L005, in fact, does introduce a very interesting nuance in Senate Bill 3 that we're discussing right now, and actualities of money and what certain money may or may not be. Now, when I return to the mic to speak to the bill directly in opposition to the bill, will make the point that, in fact, the bill itself is a redistribution mechanism from taxpayers to individuals who are receiving money that they do not have a prior interest in. It is, in fact, not a refund. It is new revenue to those individuals. So you can only imagine when an overweening government seeks to collect every single penny it can collect. In fact, the Biden administration was so generous as to put 90,000 new additional IRS agents on the street to make sure they can collect every nickel, dime, and penny they can get their hands on. Perhaps we need to just shut the audio off, and as I get a little more energized, my ambient tones will be adequate to the room. Where was I? The Biden administration making sure they collect every nickel, dime, and penny they can possibly collect. You can understand why there would be confusion and the need for the court to rule on whether money an individual is receiving that they have no prior interest in, which is not a credit or return or refund to them in any way, but brand new money by virtue of laws like Senate Bill 3, where taxpayers have actually put money into the Treasury, and as originally envisioned under the taxpayer Bill of Rights, that money would be refunded when in fact government was taking more than it needed to match the growth in inflation and population of the state, that money would be refunded to the taxpayer. This bill, Senate Bill 3, in fact, clouds that. It makes it confusing. It gives money to people who did not pay taxes. It does not refund money. And so the amendment, sure, let's clarify it. Let's make sure that the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund checks that are going out to the people of Colorado in a time of increasing economic challenge is not stripped away from them or taxed on them by the federal government. But let's also be honest. So to be clear, I am not opposing the amendment. Let's clarify we want to do everything we can for the people of Colorado, but let's also be honest. We're kind of whistling past the graveyard with this amendment. We're kind of saying A is not A. A is C. Cats are not cats. Cats are dogs. Tax refunds paid back to taxpayers are in fact no longer tax refunds, but additional income to an individual who did not, in fact, pay taxes. So I don't oppose Amendment 5 because I want to protect every last nickel I can keep in the people of Colorado's pockets, even though it may be redistributed government money taken from another individual in the state and given to them. So I don't oppose the amendment in a practical sense, but philosophically, you're picking up what I'm putting down. We are trying to say A equals C. Cats equal dogs. People receiving money that they did not pay in are receiving a tax refund? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to talk to this amendment. I had planned to have this discussion to the bill, but in fact, this amendment raises my concern about the bill in a very stark fashion. So let me first of all talk to the amendment. This amendment has two different paragraphs that say two very different conceptual things. At lines 2 through 6, there's one concept, and in lines 7 through 12, there's another. Now, I understand why they're linked together here, but it has greater implications than that. And, you know, I could spend about an hour explaining those implications and doing so slowly in case the sound system breaks out and the secretary needs to take notes carefully. I'll try to be briefer than that. Lines 2 through 6 say the refund of excess state revenues from all sources allowed under this section is a reasonable method of refunding a portion of the excess state revenues required to be refunded in accordance with Section 27D of Article 10 of the state constitution. Now, that to me is a finding or conclusion of law. We do that in legislative declarations here from time to time. Let's look at Senate Bill 3 where this amends it. So what's really interesting to me is that this seems to be in the definitions section, and you have one is used in this section unless the context otherwise requires, and then it says to a qualified individual and remaining excess state tax revenues. And then it's kind of interesting to me as a drafting choice that in the definitions, we would then start getting legislative declarations. Now, let me contrast this in the amendment L005 to the second part of this amendment. The second part of this amendment is something that one can fully support while it has very important tax and legal implications. It would be a statement by this legislature about what they intend these refunds to be. It says, the refund of excess state revenues from all sources allowed to any qualified individual. What's a qualified individual? Qualified individual has the same meaning as set forth in Section 3922, 2003-1. I won't go there. Under this section, shall not be reported by the Department of Revenue as a payment of a refund, credit, or offset of state income taxes to the qualified individual in any information return required to be filed pursuant to federal law. That's kind of interesting, by the way, because we presume to tell the federal government what they can and can't consider income. Now, I don't think giving people's money back to them that was an overcharge, if you will, under TABOR, I don't think that's income. I think that's a refund. That ought to be pretty clear. Ought to be able to make that case to the federal government pretty clearly. Unless, of course, it's not really a refund. Now, what is denominated as subparagraph 4 here has reference to 27D of Article 10 of the state constitution. Does anybody know what Article 10, Section 20 of the Constitution is? Does that roll off of your tongue really easily? Do you know what that is? TABOR. And if you go to Article 10, Section 20, Section 7, D, it says, if revenue from sources not excluded from the fiscal year spending exceeds the limits in dollars for that fiscal year, that's the TABOR revenue limit, the excess shall be refunded in the next fiscal year unless voters approve a revenue change as an official offset. Now, why under 27D of Article 10 do we need to have a declaration that that's a reasonable method of refunding? We're refunding. Why do we need to do that? Well, really, it's not in 27D, in my mind, that is there. I don't know why the drafter of TABOR, a gentleman which some of us served in the legislature for a session in a distant past, I don't know why he chose to split up these two provisions, but what you see is in Section 20, Paragraph 1, the general provisions, you go down several lines, and it suddenly talks about refunds. Refunds. It says, refunds need not be proportional when prior payments are impractical to identify or return. And that seems to be the license that Senate Bill 3 and then this amendment tries to do. But refunds need not be proportional when what? Because they need not be if something exists. And the thing that exists is when prior payments are impractical to identify or return. Well, the current law has 6 levels, and it's based on income to avoid this problem and to avoid the federal tax problem, frankly. Because the problem we have here is that the Internal Revenue Service, with their 85,000 new agents, I guess, that's for a different legislative body to deal with, could actually go and say, well, how much money did you actually pay into the state of Colorado? You know, did you get an earned income tax credit, which, by the way, is exempt, but all income from whatever source, says the federal tax code, is taxable unless otherwise exempt. The presumption is if you get $1 from anybody, it's taxable. That's a very worrisome proposition, but that's what they teach you in tax law on the first day of the basic course. So, as I look at L005, I think it's fair enough to say that the refund of excess state revenues from all sources doesn't have to be reported. But I don't think the first several lines here are an accurate declaration of the law. So what do I do when I see an amendment like this, that the first half of it is really wrong, and the second half of it is really necessary and right. Well, what you do, since we seem to be in the, what you do when you do that, since we seem to be in the extraordinary session for the learning of the rules, is to sever. And so, Mr. Chair, I would ask that Amendment L005 be severed between lines 6 and 7.
The amendment will be severed between lines 6 and 7. That brings us to discussion on severed section 1. Senator Gardner. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. I have discussed it a great deal, Mr. Chair. I will just kind of conclude that with saying I believe that this declaration does not conform with the Constitution of the state of Colorado. I think it violates TABOR. I think it admits that there's a potential violation of TABOR, and it tries to declare its way out of that. Now, it's interesting, I think about that. Well, can we declare our way out of it? You know, there's cases. I won't go through all the cases in TABOR here and the case notes, but one caught my eye this morning when I was going through, and it said this really astounding thing. It said, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights acts as a limitation upon the elected representatives of the state of Colorado. It didn't say unless they choose to ignore it regularly, as seems to be the case. Let's not ignore it this morning. Let's vote no on severed section 1 of Amendment L005.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote on severed section 1 of Amendment L005. I'm not going to belabor it, but I absolutely believe that what we're doing here is in accordance with the Constitution. It's something that we have done in the past, and we have used several other mechanisms to refund these monies under this article as well. We've done capital gains refunds through this article in the past. I think this is fully appropriate. I think it's actually more appropriate than the policy that we have in place, which is why I brought this bill, and I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any, Senator Gardner, further discussion on severed section 1?
Thank you. I urge a no vote on severed section 1. I've found no cases that really deal with this. What does it mean to do proportional things? But I think we now have reached the limit. When we're giving back more money than someone paid in, I think we've reached the limit. We can do this proportionally. We've got 6 tiers. But I do note, as I consider my future after next session as to what to do, that the drafter of TABOR provided for attorney's fees and costs for lawsuits of class action taxpayers who don't get their full refund because it was given to someone else. Don't create more work for lawyers, folks. Vote no.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition of severed section 1 of Amendment L005 to SB 003. In my comments earlier, I was in defense of the people of Colorado, saying let them keep everything they can keep because they're in a constant day in, day out struggle with putting food on the table and hanging on to what money they have as the government seeks to take more and more from them. And therefore, I was willing to kind of, as I said, whistle past the graveyard. Now that we've severed this, it cleans this amendment up in a way where you can take the portion of the amendment that is acceptable and reject the portion that is a violation. I think it strikes at the heart of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So I, too, rise in opposition to severed section 1 of Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 003 of the first extraordinary session of the 74th? Yeah, I can't say it that many times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on severed section 1? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of severed section 1 of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and severed section 1 is adopted. To severed section 2 of L005. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, I have some reservations about severed section 2, not because I don't think it is an accurate statement, but if it is an accurate statement, then we shouldn't have to say it. And if it isn't an accurate statement of the law, then our saying so doesn't matter. But so many things that are said here don't seem to matter very much at all. So I urge and I vote on severed section 2.
Is there any further discussion on severed section 2 of L005? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of severed section 2 of L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and severed section 2 of L005 is adopted. We are back to the bill. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a lovely day today to be here with all of you. So, I just think it's wonderful that this is a priority of the good senator from Pueblo's. That's one of his priorities. That's wonderful. And he even talked about how there was polling done during Proposition HH during that campaign. Remember he talked about it? Said there was polling done, and that people said that he said his polling showed that this was something that people really liked. That's just more evidence that 1311, the flattening of TABOR refunds, was directly tied to Proposition HH. So it's great that your polling showed that. It's also just really kind of further evidence that the reason that you came up with 1311, as Kyle Clark said, was to bribe voters. Because do you remember the discussion back on 1311 when this came up about, and I may not have it quite right here, but that those folks with the adjusted gross income, that's, in the first two brackets there, up to 51,000, and then the 51,001 up to 104,000, how they were going to get like big, huge chunks of change more. They're getting a bigger check than that they should have gotten, right? They were going to go from $586 to $847 for an individual, and from $1,172 up to $1,694. So if you are filing jointly, you're going to get $522 more. Remember, that's what was in 1311, and here it is in 003, Senate Bill 3, and then from 51,000 to 104,000, you're going to get an additional $156. So you're going to get more money. And that's what, gosh, not my word, but I agree with it, but it was Kyle Clark who said, well, this is how you're bribing people. This was one of the bills where you're trying to bribe people, because I seem to remember the sponsor saying that, this represents 60%. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I know it's a big number that files their adjusted gross income is less than $104,000. I mean, quite frankly, I fall into that. So I think it was 60%. 30, oh, thank you. The sponsors are up here helping me out. It's 35 plus 26. So yeah, I was right. I have a good memory. 61%. So you tried that, right? This was hitched. This bill, 1311, this whole flattening out, this whole creation of an identical refund payment, and thanks for your help, by the way. Yeah. This whole thing, creation of an identical refund payment, man, you put it in, you tied it, you hitched it right onto Proposition HH. Y'all did that. And, I was asked, well, why'd you put that amendment in? You must have voted for that amendment that said, let's make this a permanent TABOR refund mechanism. And I said, yeah, I did. And I think the good senator from Boulder called me out on this when we were on a radio show just, I don't know, like 3 or 4 days before Proposition HH went down in flames, and said that Senator Kirkmeyer only did that because it was a gotcha amendment. And he's right. And I gotcha. You didn't think it was good enough to be done in May and just do it on its own as a standalone bill. Y'all hitched it to Proposition HH. And not just by a little bit. You campaigned on it. The folks who were proponents of HH, the folks who were yeses on 303, y'all campaigned on it. I heard you. Not only did you campaign on it, man, you pulled on it to make sure that you'd know the right messaging. We're going to flatten your refunds. That should be enough of a bribe to get you to vote for HH.
Senator Kirkmeyer, I've given you
Yes.
a little leeway here. Let's be careful not to impugn motives or
Thank you.
ascribe motivations.
So, thank you, I appreciate that. So I'm just saying, again, was very clear in 1311 that this was only to take effect if Proposition HH passed. So here we are, 11 days later, not respecting the will of the voters. Kind of sad. Not respecting the will of the voters. Just 11 days ago, they said no. They said no. The voters said no. So, I am asking for a no vote on Senate Bill 23B003. I think we can do better. I think we can do a lot better than this. Voters said no. You hitched this to HH, they said no. So it doesn't take effect. HH failed. Not just by a little bit either. It failed by a lot. 18 percentage points, 19 percentage points. Voters said no. Come on. We can do better. We can do better. So I'm asking for a no vote on 003.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Yogi Berra, Jimmy Carter, Abraham Lincoln. Yogi Berra, this is deja vu all over again. Jimmy Carter, actually Ronald Reagan in response to Jimmy Carter, there you go again. Abraham Lincoln, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. We find ourselves back in a conversation at a time when the marketing campaigns of substantial and effective insurance companies tell us that bundling everything is the way to go. Bundle it, put it all together, make one bill, pay one bill, it saves you money, makes your life better. You want to bundle it. Well, under the rubric of absolute power corrupting absolutely, in the last several days of the general session of 23, the regular session in 23, the people in power bundled together a whole bunch of things and rammed it through with absolute power. Supermajority in the House. One vote shy of a supermajority in the Senate. They had the ability with raw power to do exactly everything they wanted to do. And they did. They gave us a bundled mechanism that was HH. And the marketing campaign that supported HH is before us again in this moment. Deja vu all over again in Senate Bill 3. It is an echo, almost with the same resonance and volume as House Bill 1311. So we have a bill that is dismissive of the voters because it's an unbundled piece of the previously bundled, power-driven 303 HH package bundle. If you pull out the fiscal note, let me make a fine point there. My first argument against 003 is it's dismissive of the voters. The voters said, yeah, don't mess with our TABOR refunds. And part of the messing with the TABOR refunds was this flattening of the rate structure, getting rid of the 6 tiers, saying people that filed a tax return, and I was just in conversation with staff, we believe that there were probably about 10,000 people in Colorado at least. It's a WAG, a wild area guess about how many may have been. About 10,000, give or take, filed a tax return because under 3922-2003, which gives you qualification, whether you have a tax liability or not, by filing the tax form saying, I got no liability, qualifies you to pick up a check. And about 10,000 people picked up Colorado cashback checks. Well, that's what this bill at the end of the day wants to do. It wants to say, you know, less than 50,000 in income, highly likely you're not paying taxes, maybe no taxes at all. If you file the form, you're going to get a return. So the first argument, as I was saying, is this dismisses the will of the people. 20-point rejection of the bundled up package known as HH, a portion of which is 30003 we're debating right now. It realigns and changes the way, theoretically, refunds, which is giving a portion of money paid in back, would in fact be paid out. They will not be refunds at all. There will be additional cash flow, and you can get into the debate with the IRS whether it's taxable income or not, but it's additional cash flow for people that did not pay taxes. So, argument one, I reject 003 because it dismisses the will of the voters as we've just seen in the rejection of HH. Second argument against this bill is it's not the intention of TABOR. TABOR's morphed and the refund mechanism is morphed as the political power, back to Abraham Lincoln and power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. The political power has said, you know, we're going to use that desire of the people that they put into the Constitution to refund money back to themselves when the government takes more than it needs as defined by a measurement of economic growth and population. It has morphed over the years from a refund to a 6-tier system that gets dialed in and dialed down and changed occasionally. And we have one more effort now to make a fundamental, substantial, I would say, damaging to the intent of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights as the voters of Colorado put it into the Constitution years ago, change to how the money that is collected in excess is sent back. Well, if you look at the fiscal note on 1311, the marketing campaign money for HH, and you look at the fiscal note on 003, flip to the third page, go to the table, you're going to find that 003 is almost exactly a carbon copy of 1311. And the only reason it's not a carbon copy is the state government collected a little bit more money in the intervening time between the debate and passage of 1311 and now the debate of 003. 1311 said, if you make up to $50,000, whether you have a tax liability or not, you'll get $820 back, $1,640 if you are filing jointly, 2 people. It's the 820 times 2. 820 and 1640. Now you look over at the line item on 003. Instead of 820, it's now 847. And instead of 1640, it's now 1694. It is an echo of almost exactly the same resonance and frequency. When you look at the taxable income or adjusted income line, 50 to 99,000, 820 becomes 847. 99,000 to 157,000, 820 becomes 847. 157,000 to 218, 820 becomes 847, and so on. So the second argument in opposition to 003, which is consonant with the will of the people, and you can quibble about what they said when they rejected so resoundingly HH, but you cannot deny that the voters said, don't mess with TABOR. Do not mess with the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Well, I got to tell you, a yes vote on 003 says to those people, the voters, who with authority said, don't mess with TABOR, 003 says, we're going to mess with TABOR. Just watch us. Because power is power. I reject that construct. I reject 003. I urge your opposition, if you have the ears to hear the people of Colorado and their resounding rejection of HH and the offenses that it played to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Mr. Chair, thank you so much for your attention.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you. Thank you.
There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L006?
Senate Bill 3, L006.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good senators of Colorado, here we go. My amendment does this. I want you to look in the bill. 003, it's on page 2. It actually starts on page 1, I'm sorry. At the bottom of this page, it says, bottom of page 3, it talks about there are currently 3 refund mechanisms for TABOR refunds. It's correct. There are currently 3 refund mechanisms for TABOR refunds. So remember, we use TABOR surplus and TABOR refunds that apply for 22-23 state fiscal year. It's correct. The first one, I'm at the top of page 2. The first one is that reimbursement paid to counties. This is the senior property tax, the Homestead Exemption Act. That's been a TABOR refund mechanism for years. And remember, the Homestead Exemption Act is constitutional. So this has been an acceptable TABOR refund mechanism for years, for seniors. Now it's for 100% disabled veterans and Gold Star spouses. No problem there. That's consistent. That's what the voters have gotten used to, and that's what they expect. The second bullet is an additional reimbursement that is paid to counties for allocation to local government entities that levy property taxes for the reduction in property taxes resulting from reductions in valuation for assessment. I'm thinking that looks pretty familiar to most of you. Thinking you probably know where I'm going here. That is the TABOR refund mechanism to backfill local governments. That is what just got voted down by the voters November 7th in Proposition HH. The good senator from El Paso County was right. Voters said, hands off TABOR. Keep your hands off my TABOR refund. Do not touch TABOR. They want it Tabor preserved. They said, I believe very clearly, no, and sent a clear message to us and to everyone else, don't use my Tabor refund to give me property tax relief. Pretty darn clear. It's like 58%, 59% of the people that voted, 1.8 million people or something like that, said no. They sent a very clear message. You can say whatever else you want about Proposition HH. We can all sit here and guess about things. We can say what our neighbor said, what somebody told us in the supermarket, you know, what your relatives might have said to you. But the vote was very clear. Don't use my Tabor refunds to give me property tax relief. It does not make sense. They were very clear. The voters are not dumb. They worked through Proposition HH, they figured it out, they listened, they did their homework, they voted no. So this amendment repeals the section 39-3-210, and I told them not to put the whole thing in writing, but you can all go look at it. It's the section that, again, 39-3-210. If you want me to go through it and read it to y'all, I will, but I don't think you need to see it. But if you do, you can go look it up, 39-3-210, reporting of property tax revenue reductions, reimbursement of local government entities, local government backfill cash fund creation. It is repealing all of that. It is saying we need to be consistent with the voters. It is saying Proposition HH said, don't touch my Tabor refund to give me a property tax relief. They voted no. This is in direct accordance with what the voters said just 11 days ago. They said no, 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 and no. So this amendment, again, that second bullet on page 2, an additional reimbursement that is paid to counties is no longer a Tabor refund mechanism. It was supposed to be temporary in the first place. And here it is. It became an automatic. I'm not even going to argue the constitutional portions of it. Other people are prepared to do that. But Proposition HH, you had your backfill mechanism in there. You told everyone, we told everyone in 303 that we were going to give you Tabor refunds. We were going to use Tabor refunds, Tabor surplus. It's in the bill. Remember, there are 3 things that were in Proposition HH and 303 that we could use the Tabor surplus for. It was for the backfill for local governments, on the property tax reduction stuff. It was for the rental assistance, and it was for the state education fund. The voters came back with a resounding no. So again, what this amendment does, I know it's really short, it just says repeal 39-3210. I will leave the statute open right up here on the counter, on the podium here, so that anybody wants to come up and look at it or find it. But what it does is it is totally consistent and in line with what the voters said 11 days ago. No. I'm asking for your support, and I vote on L006.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be clear that the bill in front of us deals specifically with the funds refunded through Tabor in an equalized manner. And I do not see how it pertains to the section of statute pertaining to permissible backfill. Mr. Chair, I would ask for a title ruling.
Title ruling has been requested. The committee will be in a recess. The Nick. Committee will come back to order. The chair has determined that the amendment does fit under the title. Is there any further discussion on L006? Senator Pelton?
Oh, I didn't see him there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be up here very long. I did have one county commissioner reach out to me, and Kit Carson County, and he is very much in. No, I'm not naming names. The good senator or commissioner. Anyway, he spoke specifically to this. He says, "Do not send us any money. Do not." So, I like this amendment. I urge support for it. Vote yes.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment. We couldn't ask for something better because here we have another bill, as I mentioned before, when talking to witnesses that were testifying on various bills. These bills were put together so quickly that there wasn't a lot of stakeholdering. We remember back in the end of last session for Senate Bill 303, there was no stakeholdering really. When we asked who those were, no one could answer that. And now here we are doing the very thing that voters ask us not to do. And that is so disrespectful. And I am asking for a yes vote on this amendment, trying to make bad policy better.
Is there any further discussion on L006? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we came into to this extraordinary session with some level of comfort that we would not be tapping into the Taxpayer Bill of Rights funds for compensating for backfilling and so on. And here we are in a bill that really has the cover of evening out the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refunds so that all citizens get or at least all taxpayers get a similar refund, but snuck in all that is this tapping into Taxpayers Bill of Rights in the same fashion that was just rejected by the voters in Proposition HH. So this is a thumb in the eye of the public, and we really need to vote this down to respect the will of the people that was just expressed just a couple of weeks ago. So therefore, I would ask that we all vote yes on this amendment and try to correct this misstep in an otherwise understandable bill. Thank you.
Senator Hendrickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to be clear, this bill does not affect in any way, shape, or form on its own merits the amount of money in the TABOR pot. There are other bills, as we all know, that do. What this bill does is say that if one or some of those bills are adopted by this body and signed into law, that this bill, the spirit of this bill remains in effect, and the amount of the refund is recalculated based on those bills. What this amendment would do is repeal the ability for any of those bills to be passed. And it would say, after years where we've implemented different mechanisms to apply TABOR refunds, that now we just want to do it this one specific way. There's a policy argument to be had that I disagree with, but it's not pertaining to this bill. Bring that on bills that actually affect the TABOR money surplus. and don't use this as a proxy fight for other bills. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the question for the body is the adoption of amendment L0. A division.
Where's Frank?
A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is for the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor, please stand or raise your hand on screen. Please be seated. All those opposed to L006, please stand or raise your hand on the screen. Okay. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L006 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 3? Seeing none, the question before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 3. Sorry, Senator Pelton, you were not in the well. The question has been called. All those in favor of passage of Senate Bill 3 say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 3 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Fenberg and Hansen and Representative McCluskey and DeGury Kennedy concerning a reduction in 2023 residential property taxes.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 1 on second reading. And the Finance Committee report. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
To the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we made 4 amendments in Finance Committee yesterday. They were clarifications around deadlines that we worked out with local governments, particularly the assessors. We made sure that the bill number was inserted into the bill. Some technical amendments in Senate Finance. We do have some other amendments we'll be offering on seconds later in this debate, but would urge the adoption of the Senate Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Senate Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Senate Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members, this is Senate Bill 1, extremely important part of our work here during this special session. At the top of the list from the governor's call to deliver immediate and significant property tax relief for the citizens of Colorado. We have pulled together a package that I think really tries to maximize the amount of relief, particularly for residential owners around the state, and do it in a way that makes sure we don't have a negative impact on things like school funding and fire districts. The urgent need is clear in our communities around the state. 30, 40, 50% appreciation in some cases. And that's why we've concentrated on the residential part of the market with this particular bill. We do have some important amendments that we'll be discussing as we go through this debate today that we think will improve the bill even further. We have had the chance to do some additional financial analysis and have found that we can deliver actually a little bit more when it comes to property tax relief, and so we'll be having that discussion here shortly. But we're starting at a level of $50,000 per residential property, as well as making a small adjustment to the residential assessment rate. And then also importantly for local districts that have had very low or flat changes in their assessed values, we also make sure that we have a backfill mechanism available for them. And I want to be 100% clear here. This bill includes 100% backfill for K-12 and for fire districts. 100%. We have worked so hard to eliminate the negative factor. And so as we think about how we can deliver property tax relief, we need to make sure we don't take a step backward when it comes to K-12 funding. And I'm very pleased to say that this bill prioritizes K-12 funding and the fire districts to make sure that we don't have any shortfalls or any reduction in those areas. So with that, I'm looking forward to this debate. We've got several important ideas that we'll be bringing forward for proposed amendments, and I urge your support of Senate Bill 1.
President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my co-prime, the good senator from Denver, for that preview and explanation. Senate Bill 1 is actually a very simple bill. There's very little policy in it. It's mostly math. And the math equation in front of us is how much tax relief can we provide to the citizens of Colorado, which at the end of the day is the crux and core of why the governor called us here for this special session. How much can we provide? And then how do we mitigate the impacts to local services and communities when we make those cuts? Property taxes are a local tax. So a lot of people are probably wondering, well, then why are you talking about it here at the state? Because there are certain tools that are only at our disposal. There are other tools that are at the disposal of local communities and governments and districts. It's a bit of a dance. And those two toolboxes together are what result in how much taxes an individual pays. What we have at our disposal is tinkering with the assessment rate and also saying how much money off of someone's property value wouldn't be taxed. That's what the bill does. It messes with those two pieces of the equation. And as the good senator from Denver said, it starts out at reducing the taxable value of a property at $50,000. So if it's a $400,000 home, it's taxed as if it's $350,000. And then it lowers the assessment rate slightly. It's already been lowered previously, and this lowers it a little bit more. And so those two tools are going to impact your property taxes in different ways. If you have a high-value home, the assessment rate probably gives you some more savings than the other tool. But the other tool probably doesn't give you as significant of savings because you have a high-value home and $50,000 off that value might not add up to as significant as it would for someone in a lower-valued home. But we thought it was appropriate to address both of those aspects to make sure that we're providing more comprehensive relief. The big question I assume that we'll be talking about is what do we do on the other side of the equation? The impact to local communities. And a lot of folks have said over the last several months, they don't need backfill. We don't need to really think about that because we're in this moment where some districts, some communities are seeing value increases of 30, 40, 50, 60%. And so the state shouldn't have to be backfilling if they're already getting increases at that level. I think we could debate that. I think at the end of the day, this should mostly be a local conversation. Some districts need the good times to get through the bad times. Some districts have been already cutting to the bone in terms of budget cuts. And this moment is only allowing them to maybe catch up. But either way, every district, every county, every community is different. And I firmly believe the way forward is that we, as much as possible, return that conversation to the local communities. I hope in the future the state legislature is largely out of the business of property taxes. I think most of us probably agree with that, actually. This is a local tax, there should be local control, and it should be a local discussion based on the needs of that community. However, Senate Bill 1 is for 1 year, and I think it is responsible to make sure that we are addressing the so-called lost revenue for local communities because of these tax cuts that we're providing to people in this moment of crisis. The crisis is impacting people in different ways, but there's absolutely no doubt there are people out there that get their property tax bill, and it's going to be a problem. They may not be able to stay in their homes, or they may have to make really hard choices for their family. And that's why it's important that we still provide some property tax relief. Senate Bill 1 provides backfill to communities. So as the senator from Denver said, it's 100% backfill for schools. It's 100% backfill for fire districts. I see those as critical services that we need to make sure we do no harm for. But then there's thousands of other taxing districts that are impacted by a tax cut. The way this bill is written is it says, let's make sure nobody receives an actual budget cut. So we took into account the rate of inflation over the last few years. And we said, if you've had growth that's less than that, we're going to make sure you're backfilled essentially up to make you whole. And if it's been over that, we've made the calculation or the decision to say the growth that you have probably should be sufficient. But of course, this is going to be different. It's going to be felt by different communities and districts in very different ways. But it's the best that we have come up with so far to do this equitably and fairly. There is conversations about increasing who would get backfill and who wouldn't. There's conversations around, as the senator from Denver said, increasing the actual tax cut. Our bottom line has been, let's do that, But let's be mindful of the impact on communities and stay within the budget that we have provided ourselves, which in our minds is $200 million. This legislature has already set aside $200 million for property tax relief, and our bill lives within that. You'll hear conversations about Tabor surplus. This bill does not touch the Tabor surplus. We heard loud and clear from colleagues on the Republican side that they don't want to provide tax cuts and pay for them out of Tabor surplus. We could debate that all day long. But I would say in a lot of ways we heard you, and this bill doesn't do that. In my mind, this is a compromise approach, one that doesn't cross either political side's red lines, but stays in the middle, provides meaningful relief, and does it in a fiscally responsible way. I think it's a common sense approach. I would hope that there's bipartisan support on this. What we are talking about at the end of the day is providing a property tax cut. That's all it's about. And we do it in a responsible way that lives within the means and the budget that we have provided ourselves. So I'm looking forward to the discussion and the debate. We have several amendments, and I'm sure there are other amendments out there that we don't know about that we'll be debating as well. But looking forward to the conversation and remind ourselves that this is one-time relief. We still need to have the conversation as a state with our local communities on what is the sustainable long-term path forward. And I suspect we'll be talking about that in the coming days as well. Not a solution, but a process for finding a solution. And I'm also looking forward to that. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 1? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we've got 9 amendments that we'd like you to consider. We broke them up into relatively small bite sizes just so we can have easy clarity on each of the concepts that we'd like to bring into the bill. I want to just preface this part of the discussion, though, by saying that we listened very closely to what happened not only before the hearing started yesterday, but in the run-up to this special session. And we had additional ideas that came forward in the hearing yesterday, including the first amendment that I'd like to run. So, Mr. Chair, I move L16.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L16?
Senate Bill 1, L016. Amend printed bill, page 11, after line 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. I move L16 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to continue the conversation about how we are trying to listen very carefully to all the important stakeholders involved here, this one came directly from the Special District Association. They were asking for some additional flexibility in how they do the notices and how they handle the process around finalizing the adoption of their budgets. Obviously, the Senate Bill 1 makes some changes in the budgets around the districts around the state to adjust to that, and so we responded very carefully to that request, and I urge an aye vote on L16.
Further discussion on L16? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L16. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L16 is adopted. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe there's another amendment at the desk.
Yes, there is. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L32?
Senate Bill 1,
Senator
L032.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L32 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, folks, is, I would say, the most substantive of the amendments we'd like to discuss today. As I foreshadowed in my opening remarks, we went back and sharpened our pencils a little bit more over the last 24 hours and found that we've got the ability to extend this tax relief a little bit further from the first draft of the bill. As you'll remember, we started at $50,000 deduction. We would like to, in L32, move that to $55,000 deduction for residential properties. So again, from another 10% expansion there, from $50,000 to $55,000. The other place that we heard direct feedback was from our friends at the county and local government level, asking if we could consider a very important concept, and we see this at the state government level all the time, which is what is the rate of inflation that governments are facing right now? And the first draft of the bill that we were looking at yesterday in committee set that at 13.5, which is basically a 2-year compounding of what we've seen on the consumer price index. But of course, the goods and services that governments are buying are not overly correlated to the CPI. They are different. They are labor. They are asphalt. They are all the things that our local governments are delivering around healthcare and services. And that rate of inflation is typically higher than CPI. And so to reflect that, the other thing we're asking to do in L32 is to go from 13.5 to 15% as that benchmark for reimbursement to the local governments, to really recognize that the actual inflation that's being experienced at the state, the local level, on the government side, the basket of goods, if you will, that the governments are having to purchase actually has a higher rate of inflation than what the typical consumer is going to feel through a measure like CPI. So again, 50 to 55, larger deduction, significant expansion of that relief with this amendment, and listening carefully to our local governments and going to 15% for the threshold on local backfill. And I urge an aye vote on L32.
Is there any further discussion on L32? Seen Mr. Minority Leader. Yeah. The Senate will stand in senatorial 5.
a little more complicated, but basically. Correct. You can run separate and then offer a substitute to a portion.
All right. The committee will come back to order. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the forbearance of the body and the chair as we got this amendment drafted. Leaning into this small part of the conversation, we, the Republicans, have offered a substantially larger set of tax relief packages for the people of Colorado, and they were killed in committee yesterday. So we're at the point now of digging in the couch cushions, if you would, sweeping up the breadcrumbs, if you will, trying to find a little bit more relief for the taxpayers of Colorado. And in order to do that, I would like to take a step. The sponsors are offering an amendment. The amendment is before us right now. I think it was 16?
32.
32, Amendment 32, which I don't have in front of me, and I do need a copy of that to be accurate. To get at that, generally supportive of the direction that this amendment goes, but don't think it goes far enough. And so what I would seek to do, Mr. Chair, is to sever this amendment between lines 3 and 4, and then offer a substitute amendment for section 1 of the severed amendment.
So are you going to make a motion to sever 32?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So now that we've framed up what we're up to, we seem to all have a general agreement that at least we're in line on process. I move to sever Amendment 32 between lines 3 and 4. And once that is done, I will offer a substitute amendment to the first section of that severed amendment.
Just one moment, Mr. Minority Leader. Here we go. The amendment, Amendment L032, will be severed between lines 3 and 4. To severed section 1, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, there is an amendment at the desk which is labeled as Amendment L042, and I move it as a substitute amendment to severed section 1 of Amendment L032.
Do you need to read? Will the clerk please read Amendment L042?
Senate Bill 1, Amendment
Mr.
L042.
Minority Leader.
Thank you. So Amendment L042 simply takes an Amendment 32 that's moving in the right direction. Sponsors who I believe are moving in the right direction, where we're actually seeking to get a little bit more relief for homeowners. I want to be clear, the Republican initiatives have said we need to get relief for the small businesses of Colorado as well, because that more broadly affects the general cost of living for all the people of Colorado, and we need to do what we can to help with the cost of living for the people of Colorado. And it says we appreciate the fact that when we proposed in Senate Bill 4 an $80,000 per residence reduction in the market value, the first line on all the calculations that happen, and you have offered 50, and now you're moving towards us. We said 80, you said 50, now you're at 55. Sounds like an auction, doesn't it? I'm saying 60 now. That's what this amendment would do. It simply says 50 is a good start, 55's better, 60 is doable. Collaboration. You see individuals are wearing armbands today with C's on the side. That stands for collaboration. We are seeking to work together to get more tax relief for the people of Colorado. Amendment 42 would improve Amendment 32 by increasing from 50 to 60 the reduction in valuation at the top end of the calculation for the residences, the residential owners, the residential property taxpayers of Colorado. Mr. Chair, thank you for walking through that somewhat convoluted process with me.
All right, so we're on discussion of the replacement amendment to severed section 1, L042. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and very important debate. Members, I would request a no vote on L42, and the reason is pretty simple. There's nothing in L42 telling us how we would handle the backfill mechanism for the school districts and the local governments that would lose money based on this amendment. So certainly, wouldn't it be great if we could get rid of all taxes in the state of Colorado, but somebody has to tell me how we're going to pay for the schools. Somebody has to tell me how we're going to pay for the roads. And that's really what we tried to do last night, is go back, sharpen our pencils, see if we could get from 50 to 55. We can within the general fund, which we've already allocated for this purpose. That was our goal from the very first moment we started drafting Senate Bill 1, is how could we maximize the benefit for the folks in Colorado who need it most within the resources that we have, which is $200 million. I actually ran the numbers with the help of staff last night on this exact level that's being proposed in L42. It puts us over by 15 million. So I would ask the sponsors, the supporters of L42, you've got to tell us where you're going to get the money. It's not magic. It's a check that we have to write. It's money that we have to provide to school districts. It's money we have to provide for backfill for local districts. And we've got to do that within the resources that we have. So for that reason, I asked for a no on L42. I believe the original amendment does a great job of maxing out the amount of relief we can provide at $55,000 per residence, plus the RIR change, plus a threshold at the local level of 15%, which was the severed part of my original amendment. So I urge a no vote on L42.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate those comments from the good senator from Denver. So in looking at the fiscal note on Table 4, expenditures under 23B001, Department of Education, State Share of School Finance. What we do have in the budget, and has already been appropriate, is in excess with regard to the school finance of $236 million in excess. So I don't know what $55,000 reduction drives. I don't know what a $60,000 reduction drive. But what I do know is that the 129, or let's just say $130 million of state aid obligation to be paid from the general fund, the state education fund, or the state public school fund could actually come from funds that are already in excess that have already been appropriated. So that would leave room for the local government reimbursement to increase out of the general fund. Additionally, 238, which I know nobody wants me to mention during this bill, but I just did. 238 had a requirement to transfer money to the state education fund, and that transfer occurred, and that was $200 million. That was in 238 to transfer from the general fund to the state education fund. So in our state education fund, we have an approximate balance of $1.4 billion that could also pay for the state share of school finance. Because as noted in the fiscal note, the state aid obligation, which is an offset essentially, will be paid from either the general fund, the state education fund, or the state public school fund. So again, there was I said 236. It was actually $263 million that were appropriated in excess for our state obligation for schools, state aid obligation for schools. So again, we have an excess appropriation of $263 million. We also did the transfer, but that would leave room, I believe, to fund the additional local government reimbursement out of the general fund. So that's where you can get it from.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise again in support to renew my support for Amendment 42, the substitute amendment to the first half of Amendment 32. The only argument against the bill or the amendment that I'm proposing that has been offered is a question. How are you going to backfill? And you've just heard the answer to how we're going to backfill. It's already built into the mechanism. It's already built into the budget. You just heard from one of the 6 members of the Joint Budget Committee, one of the 3 members of the Senate members of membership of the Joint Budget Committee on exactly how that would happen. Well, okay, I'm generally confident when I hear an explanation from any of the members of the Joint Budget Committee. I've just heard an explanation in answer to the only objection to the amendment. But the original underlying amendment, as offered, answers the question as well. You could ask the exact same question of the existing amendment as offered. And the answer would be the exact same answer you just heard from Senator from Weld County, member of the Joint Budget Committee. The money is there. So it's not a question of how you can mechanically do that, how we can get at $15 million for the people of Colorado to give back to them in honest tax relief. It's a question of will. Do you actually want to do it or not? My argument is clearly, everything we can give back to the people of Colorado, we should give back to the people of Colorado, especially in this time of economic challenge. Now, we'll litigate the bill more completely, and part of that conversation will be the definition of what is an emergency. But stipulate with me, if you would please, to the fact that we are in emergency, the people of Colorado are in emergency, as evidenced by the governor striking the glass and calling us to a special session. And vote with us on Amendment 42 that we're just sweeping up some crumbs here, folks. A little bit more for the people. Let's give it back to them with a yes vote on Amendment 42 as a substitute to a portion of Amendment 32.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, in response to where can the money come from? I mentioned the excess appropriation, the state share for the state aid obligation of $263 million. So the state share of school finance that's in this bill is $130 million. I also mentioned the $1.4 billion that is the balance in the state education fund. So it could also come from there. Doesn't really need to because it's less than the excess amount that's been appropriated. But further, there's $183 million in excess of the 15% reserve that we have. So it could also come from there to try and make up for the difference between a $55,000 reduction and a $60,000 reduction, which I believe I heard was 15 million? Did you, 15 million was the difference? 20 million? So it could make up for that difference very clearly and very easily.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L42? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L42, which is a replacement amendment of severed Part 1 of L32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Back to severed Part 1 of L32. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of severed Part 1 of L32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and severed Part 1 is adopted. We are now to discussion of severed Part 2 of L32. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of severed Part 2 of L32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Almost. The ayes have it. L32. Severed Part 2 of L32 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we have another amendment at the desk.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L027?
Senate Bill 1, L027.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move L27 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So L27, colleagues, really focuses in on, I think, an important issue that we've already heard about today, which is the likelihood of a challenge to existing law around backfill mechanisms for previous property tax relief. L27 puts in place a very clear protection for the state budget, very clear protection for the work that we're doing here around any challenge to existing law. We believe this makes a lot of sense as part of our overall approach, and that if any part of existing law were to be changed or struck down in a future judicial proceeding, that we would make sure that we're not sending out payments that might otherwise be deemed inappropriate or could not move forward. So that's really the focus of L27, and I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L27? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm a little confused. Maybe some of you may say a lot confused. I don't know. Why do we need this amendment? Is there some concern about this scheme? It says, if after all appeals are exhausted, a final judicial decision requires the state to refund an amount equal to any governmental, equal to any reimbursements paid pursuant to this section, a local governmental entity that received a reimbursement pursuant to this section shall send to the state treasurer an amount equal to the reimbursement. I mean, I think if I'm a local government that receives this, I'm going to take a reserve, contingency reserve against an expected lawsuit and decision against me, because the General Assembly has some concerns here. I guess I don't understand. What is the concern?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll directly answer that great question from my colleague from El Paso County. I think the concern is that there could be a judicial challenge, and I think it's important that we put in place a mechanism to make sure that we don't have a huge impact on the state budget, and that folks understand very clearly what that judicial proceeding will be all about. I am very happy with state law. I was an author, co-prime sponsor with my good friend Senator Rankin on Senate Bill 238. I joined with every single person in this room to pass that bill on repassage. Every single person who was here in 2022 voted yes on that bill for repassage. Every single person in the room. There were 2 people excused that day. So I am very happy with state law, but that doesn't mean that someone from outside this building might want to have a legal challenge to something that we've done here. That happens every single year, every single session. And that's really what L27 is about, is that if that were to occur, that we make sure that we are going to be able to protect the financial stability of these mechanisms and of the state budget, and therefore I ask for a yes vote on L27.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess I'm going to just go back to being a little bit confused with the good country lawyer from El Paso. So it says, if after all appeals are exhausted, a final judicial decision requires the state to refund an amount equal to any reimbursements. Why would we be refunding? Why would there be any challenge to the state reimbursing local governments from our general fund? It's not coming from, supposedly, it's not coming from the TABOR surplus. It would be coming from either our general fund, straight up, or the state education fund, or the state public school fund. So I'm with the good senator from El Paso County, kind of a little confused after we heard in appropriations, we weren't talking about TABOR surplus at all in this bill. We're not talking about reimbursements to local governments coming from TABOR surplus. So I'm trying to understand the need to put this in. I mean, we are saying Senate Bill 1 says reimbursements come from the general fund, or in the case of the state aid obligation, from general fund, from state education fund, and from the state public school fund, public fund, whatever it was, state public school fund. All of which, I mean, the state education fund has money that comes from the income tax that gets paid into us. State public school fund is general fund. General fund is general fund from income tax, and but we're not, I mean, this is saying that maybe, do we think there could be a challenge on the amount of money that is allocated and appropriated to local governments to pay for example, human service programs like TANF or child welfare or CCAP, childcare? So I'm trying to understand why there's even a need at all for this amendment in this bill. Now I get it. If there was money being reimbursed to local governments that was using TABOR surplus, in other words, using our TABOR refund money, then yeah, I get why you would probably want to try and put this in to try and cover all the bases to make sure that any reimbursement. But where has there ever been a challenge, any challenge at all, from the state reimbursing or backfilling local government taxing entities? I don't understand the need for this unless there's someplace in this bill that we couldn't find or we can't find or you don't want to talk about where we're talking about TABOR surplus, where we're trying to basically talk about Senate Bill 22-238 within Senate Bill 001. And we were pretty much shut down on that. In appropriations. We were told the two bills that this has nothing to do with 238, yet it appears this amendment has a lot to do with 238. As we all know, 238 set up a TABOR refund mechanism to use the TABOR surplus to backfill local governments. So maybe the sponsors could answer really truly what is the need here if reimbursements are only coming from general fund, state education fund, or the state public school fund.
Is there any further discussion on L27? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still, perplexed is a good word. You know, I raised this question, and no matter who voted for what in the past, I pointed out that on another bill, large numbers of the people in this chamber voted for something that I didn't happen to vote for, but I mean, this has been raised here in the argument, so I will make the comparison. I voted against it, but large numbers of you voted for something that passed out of here, and the folks across the street on a 7-0 vote said it was unconstitutional. Now people are going to kind of come back and fix that, I understand, but my point about that is, it doesn't matter how any of us voted, it doesn't make it constitutional. And that concern was raised about how this money's being given to local governments and whose money is it. And now we have L027. Now, by the way, when that was raised, there was a great deal of scoffing at this assertion that maybe this is unconstitutional. I have some concerns, but this whole tax thing's not my deal. I deal with other esoteric pieces of the law, but not so much this one. But then when someone puts into a statute a presumption almost that there's going to be appeals exhausted and that maybe a court's going to say, give the money back, and then they say, well, you'll give it back to the state treasurer. If I'm a local government receiving that money, with this in the statute that sent it to me, I think if I'm their lawyer, I think I'm going to say to them, be sure you can cover this. I don't know if they have to take more reserve or a reserve or what, but the legislature has expressed some concern about the constitutionality of their act. They did so here. So better cover yourself, I say to the CFO. I don't object to L027 as a concept of what ought to happen if a court finds that way. I just find it highly irregular, very unusual, and an implicit admission of constitutional concerns about what SB 1 does with the source of its money, which, by the way, if this is general fund money, as we've been told, it's all general fund money. If it's all general fund money, we can appropriate general fund money any way we want to, pretty much. We can appropriate general fund money to local governments. We do that all the time. And we don't feel compelled when we give grants to local governments, when we do backfills to school districts. We don't feel compelled to say, if appeals are exhausted and a final judicial decision requires you to give the money back, well, you'll have to pay it to the state treasurer, local government. We don't do that. The only reason this could be here is that SB 1 relies upon Senate Bill 22-238, which takes TABOR refund money and instead of giving it to taxpayers, hands it to local governments. Now, by the way, let me say this, and I'm going to say it times 5 for folks back in the lobby. I do not have, as a matter of principle, an objection to doing backfill of local governments in this plan that we do. I don't. If you're a fire district back there in the lobby, I'm not saying you shouldn't get relief from the General Assembly. I'm saying we shouldn't rely, however that occurs, we should not rely on using TABOR refund money to do that. Now, I'm told, no, there's no TABOR refund money. No, there's none. It's not there. You don't see it. It's not real. Not real, I think, is the phrase of the day. But if that's true, again, maybe I'm missing something. If that's true, why are we putting this there? In fact, I don't think it's very good. I think as a General Assembly, I don't think it's a very good idea to say, you know, we're going to pass something and implicitly we have our doubts about what we're doing here, so we're going to signal to the court what's going to happen if we're wrong and some attorney for taxpayers out there is right. So I don't urge a yes or a no. I just urge an answer to what are we doing here? What is this supposed to do? Say, we know we're doing wrong when we do it? We might be wrong, so I don't know.
Further discussion on L27 to SB001? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and that amendment is adopted.
Close. I was on time. You need my hearing aid?
I'm good, thanks. Further discussion. There is an amendment at the desk. Let's see, Mr. Pineda, will you please read L30 to SB001?
Senate Bill 1, L030. Amend the
Senator Hansen.
Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L30 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. L30 is pretty straightforward. Basically just making sure that the fire districts that aren't currently under Title 32, that I believe are under Title 30, will still receive 100% backfill. So we've got always an exception to the rule. The vast majority of fire districts are under Title 32. There are a few that are not, and we want to make sure with Amendment L30 that we covered all of those situations. So I urge an aye vote with L30.
Is there further discussion on L30? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would encourage also an aye vote. Let's support our fire districts. There are very few things that the government ought to be providing, services that ought to be providing, and fire protection is one of those. And for those things that we ought to be doing, let's do them well. Let's support our firefighters.
Any further discussion on L30? Senator Will.
Mr. Chair, I do stand in support of this amendment as well for our fire district.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L30 to 001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, clearly, and that amendment is adopted.
Bipartisan
Mr.
cooperation.
Pineda, will you please read L31 to SB 001?
Senate Bill 1, L031.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L31 to Senate
To
Bill
the
1.
amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment was crafted in cooperation with our friends that work on things like the health districts and the ambulance districts around the state. I'm picking up on the theme from my colleague from Teller County. I would also argue that ambulance is something we would definitely want to have covered and is a very important and vital local public service. And so this amendment makes sure that we are covering ambulance districts and the associated health districts and urge the adoption of L31.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard this bill yesterday in Finance, and there were some questions, I think, on EMS districts in that committee. And then I was a part of some conversations and with some representatives of rural hospitals, and I was able to bring some of those concerns back to the sponsors, and I just want to give a lot of credit to the sponsors for hearing what some of those concerns are. I think we all recognize how important our rural healthcare system is and how fragile it can be at times, and that there's not a lot of margins in that rural health district or in the rural healthcare that we see in the suburban areas. And I think that what we're seeing here with 100% backfill is solving that, and it's my understanding that we have buy-in from those EMS and ambulance districts and those health districts as well to make sure that we're doing that, and I think that that's a big deal, and I think that this is, I hope the people of Colorado are seeing it, because I think this is how policy is supposed to be made, that we have two urban legislators or two, metro legislators that are really listening to some rural concerns and making sure that we're addressing some of those concerns and making these districts whole. And I think that that's important. I'm glad that we had that movement in this bill and that the sponsors decided to go this route, because I think that it's important for the people of Colorado, but especially important to the people of rural Colorado. And so I wholeheartedly support this amendment and just want to thank the sponsors again.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with my colleagues on the previous statements, in particular for EMS, because the reimbursement rate and the provider rate is already so significantly low in comparison to some other types of reimbursement districts. And so when we pulled together the EMS task force, for example, they really spotted how any increases that these districts have managed to make up over the last year or so are still so deficient to where they need to be that they really could not afford to have anything taken away from the increases in revenue this year because they're really teetering on the edge of collapse, quite frankly. So I too would like to join in support of this amendment. It is really important, and I want to thank the sponsors for listening to that concern and for incorporating it into this bill.
You may say that they're in an emergency. Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors for offering this amendment. My concern was it doesn't have rural hospital in the language. It has health districts. I've been assured that the rural hospitals are under that. Senator Malka, the good senator from Thornton, mentioned about the margins in rural hospitals. There is no margin. It's red. They have to be supported by mill support, so any loss in that revenue means that they could have to close doors, which means people will die. So I'm very thankful for this amendment. I was going to have one drafted myself, and then I found out about the sponsors having this amendment, so I do appreciate it very much. The hospitals in our communities are among the best. People that have to come to the city to get surgery or have had a heart attack or something, they go back home to recuperate because the care is just so above standard that I do appreciate this amendment, and I'd ask for a yes vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise in support of Amendment 31. Even though I'm a urban suburban legislator from the largest county in Colorado population-wise, I commend the sponsors for bringing this amendment. My connection to rural Colorado, my good colleagues from on both sides of the aisle, I greatly appreciate how sensitive they are to having good EMS service and the rural hospital services. You know, they're always teetering on viability and sustainability and financial, and this will go a long way to do that. I have occasion to be down in Huerfano County, which I think is in the good senator from Cheyenne Wells' purview, and I know firsthand how they struggle down there, just like so many of the rural counties. So this is a good amendment, and thank you for bringing it, and urge an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I come up here, I stand in strong support of this amendment. And you know, when you're out in rural Colorado and you have a car accident or whatever, you're at the mercy of this. If you're a victim or a patient and you know, you're out there bleeding on the side of the highway, you know, you really don't care how the paramedics are funded. You just want some help and great emergency care, and you deserve that. And you know, the average person in Colorado doesn't care if it's fire district or a health district or the backfield or not. They just want service, you know, when you need it. And you know, we can't have a two-tiered system for urban and rural for 9/11 and those responses, you know, where the cities win and rural Colorado loses. And we don't want our ambulance services crumbling in rural Colorado. You know, I was looking through some of these, and you might recognize a lot of them, but the Alamosa Ambulance District, Arkansas Valley Ambulance District, Aspen Ambulance District, Chaffee County, Clear Creek, Canales County, mentioned Huerfano County by a good senator from El Paso, Delta County, Dove Creek, Eagle County, Estes Park, Gilpin County, Grand County, Hinsdale, which is mine, Holyoke, Kit Carson County, Lamar, Lyman. There's Memorial Regional Health, far northwest Craig, and the good Senator Mavon's district, and Morgan County, Uray, Platte Valley, Rangeley, Sedgwick County. The list goes on and on. Trinidad and Ray. So it goes all through that. These are who we're going to help, and these are the ambulance districts and hospital districts that need the help, and I stand in strong support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo or ditto the comments from the good senator from Arvada, who described the task force that she chaired until she got appointed to JBC, and then I have the honor now of chairing that task force. That task force has the goal of trying to appropriately fund in perpetuity our EMS providers. And yet that is yet another area where the state government has an appropriate role, because when we dial 911, it is not a moment that we go shopping for the best price. We expect prompt, skilled, well-equipped response to our emergency, our health emergency, and the EMS folks stand ready to do that. But they are working on just dimes and nickels to try to pull off the stunts that we ask them to pull off to save us when we are in panic, when we're in crisis. So this is a wonderful amendment, and I'd urge everyone to support it with tremendous thanks and honor to our EMS providers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion in regards to L31 to SB 001? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L31 is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L33 to SB 001?
Senate Bill 1, L033.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L33 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, L33 is really just a clarifying amendment. We want to make sure that the language we've got in the bill specifies how the two main buckets of backfill are going to be spread between local governments and special districts, as well as the money that we've now adopted at the $55,000 threshold and the 15% threshold. Make sure that is clear how that goes to local school districts. And so just to let you know how that has been adjusted by the amendment that we had earlier, that bumps us up to about 146 roughly for local school districts. And so this amendment, L33, just has some clarifying language about that money going straight to the district's total program as a result of the changes of Senate Bill 1. So I urge an adoption of L33.
Is there further discussion on L33? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L33 to SB 001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L36 to SB 001.
Senate Bill 1, L036. Amend printed bill, page 4, line 7, after 4G, insert 4H. Plug page 10 after line 13, insert. Notwithstanding subsection 14.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move L36 to Senate Bill 1.
amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is L36 is really focused on making sure that if we've got a challenge to current law, that we are able to stop any payments from going out. We previously discussed in L27 about how those payments would have to be repaid. This one would stop them from going out in the first place, depending on the legal situation. So again, really just trying to make sure that we're protecting these mechanisms and protecting the state budget, and I urge the adoption of L36.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L36 to SB 001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L36 is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L38 to SB 001?
Senate Bill 1, L038.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L38 to Senate Bill 1.
Proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. Members, L38 is focused on making sure that counties, local governments, are held harmless if their valuation actually goes negative as a result of the provisions in Senate Bill 1. So what does that mean? Well, we've got the $55,000 deduction now. There are particular counties where that could cause a negative change in their total assessed value in the county. And we want to make sure that no one is seeing a reduction. And so again, a lot of dialogue with local governments, county governments to help craft L38. I believe it's a great addition to this bill to make sure we're covering that situation if it occurs. And I urge a yes vote on L38.
Further discussion on L38. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L38 to SB 001. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it clearly, and that amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, please read L40 to SB 001.
Senate Bill 1, L040.
Senator Hansen,
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L40 to Senate Bill 1.
to the amendment.
Thank you. And just to let folks know, this is the last amendment that the sponsors have prepared for second reading. I appreciate everyone's kind attention to this phase of our debate. L40, I urge the adoption of L40 because it basically puts in clear language in the bill exactly what we've already adopted in L32, which was going from 50 to 55,000 and having the backfill mechanism kick off at 15%. This changes the state education fund transfer to 146 million, and then that means we have 54 million remaining for all of the other pieces of the backfill mechanism for local governments. And this just makes sure that that is the right figure in the bill because that reflects what we did in L32. And then that 54 million would be spread between those local governments using the language that's already in the introduced version. So it's really just matching up the remaining language with the previously adopted L32.
Further discussion on L40. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L40 to SB 001. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L40 is adopted. To the bill. The motion, Senatorial 5 has been requested. We will stand in the Senatorial 5. Further discussion on on Senate Bill 001. Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate the amendments and the progress the bill has made here in the last number of hours. I want to come back and, after this brief pause, frame up the fact that there have been, people tend to think that a specific legislative offering is the policy conversation. I want to be really, really clear that this bill is not the policy conversation. A bill was offered and died in committee yesterday. It was offered by the Republicans that instead of giving now $55,000, thank you to the sponsors for moving in the right direction, of reduction in the total value on the first line of the calculation of property tax. Instead of offering that 50, now 55, Republicans offered an $80,000 reduction there. Instead of a rate reduction from 6.765 to 6.7, 65 thousandths in reduction, we actually said, let's go from 6.765 to 6.5. Almost 5 times the increase in reduction that the Democrats offer in this bill and that we're considering. And here's the deal. The Republican offering at 6.5 is still substantially higher than the 4.9% rate the taxpayers of Colorado would be paying if Gallagher were still in place today. That's meaningful. That is the definition of the crisis, which caused the governor to pull out his baseball bat, break the glass, pull the lever, and call an emergency. Furthermore, to be clear that this piece of legislation is not the policy conversation, the Republican offering actually said, you know what? Commercial property tax reductions are important as well, because businesses don't pay taxes. The consumers and clients they serve pay the taxes. It's all passed along as cost of doing business. And as the costs of doing business go up, the cost of living life gets out of control, and the people of Colorado cry out. The other piece of the puzzle that's much more nuanced, but critically important, is the Republican offering corrected a part of the existing law that is the definition of, I would say, a mistake. A choice that was made by previous legislatures, many of us participated in it, that is just wrong. Well, what do you do when you make a mistake? You learn from it and you don't do it again. What do you do when you put your hand on the stove? Do you say, you know what? I know it's wrong for me to have my hand on the stove, but because my hand's on the stove, I'm going to keep my hand on the stove. No! You take it off. You say, I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to do something different. And the HH vote, the will of the people, so clearly expressed in the 20-point rejection of HH, changes the facts, changes the conversation, and makes it critically important that we do everything we can possibly do to protect the TABOR refund. And the Republican proposal corrected an existing piece of law known as 238 that, in fact, I believe now, based on my understanding of the public's perspective, violates their perception of what we should be doing with the TABOR refund. This bill, the Democrat offering, does not correct that. It allows for a continuation of the use of about $240 million worth of TABOR refund money to backfill, as they say, some of these jurisdictions that are challenged. And we want to be sensitive. We want to be attentive to that. That the local fire departments, that some of the local special districts have some challenges. But I also want to be really clear to what's going on. Last year, let's say these are not accurate numbers, but they give you the concept, they budgeted at 100. This year, because they saw this massive wall of increased taxes coming their way, they budgeted at 150. And we're saying, you know what, the people are crying out. I'm sorry, special districts. It's a challenge for you. But instead of 150, we'd like to pull you back to 125. And the Republicans said, because you're a good partner, we will provide a buffer. We will take you from 125 to 135 and help you out. This bill instead talks about the moral imperative to essentially grow government and backfill in a way that our bill would not have done, because we put the people ahead of government. So it's been discussed that there's a couple bright lines. Republicans absolutely will not use taxpayer Bill of Rights money to buffer or backfill. We just believe you shouldn't do that. That's a bright line for us. It's also been stated that the bright line for the Democrat caucus is they will not touch reserves. Well, I'm not so certain that that's a clear, bright line. A Democrat with a more concentrated set of power than the disparate 23 members of this caucus had said 1-2 points off the reserves, a couple $100 million, $300 million maybe. When we're sitting at historically high reserves, we could probably live with that, going from 15% when the historical average over the last 40 years has been 4.3%. We're sitting at north of 3 times, 300% more reserves than we've historically had. And you know what? Colorado survived through ups and downs in the economy with that 4.3% average reserve. So the idea that there's this unpassable bright line on the use of the $2.3 billion in reserves to get a couple $100 million in protection into the hands of the tax-paying people of Colorado, I reject that and challenge that. To that end, I have, as part of the narrower set of this policy conversation, you know, I was saying that the two competing bills, that's the real policy conversation. This particular piece of legislation is not the policy conversation. It's a narrow effort to address minor changes in one idea that I, quite frankly, don't believe goes anywhere near far enough, that I believe offends the Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money, and we need to correct and address those issues as best we can in the narrowness of this particular conversation.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L15 to SB 001?
Senate Bill 1, L015. Amend printed bill page
Senator
4.
Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L015 to Senate Bill 001.
Proper motion to the amendment.
Thank you. Does two simple things. It repeals that section of the law that I believe, with an increased clarity now, offends the people's specific and clear desire not to use Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money for the extension of government. And the second thing it does is it takes the necessary money to replace those dollars. We're not messing with the buffer here. We're still allowing for that buffer to be in place to help the local districts. We amended the bill to help out some ambulance districts, some fire districts, all in for that. This simply says, instead of using Taxpayer Bill of Rights money, use the general fund. That gigantic reserve account, that $2.3 billion, which is backed by a $1.4 billion state ed fund, which is backed by an emergency reserve, which is backed by a TABOR reserve. There's $4 billion in extra money sitting out there that the state government has. It says, let's use a couple $100 million of that $2.4 billion, or $2.3 billion in reserves that the state is sitting on. In defense of TABOR, in defense of the taxpayers, in seeking honest tax relief for them, and not solving the problem, but in a very meaningful way, helping some of the smaller jurisdictions, specifically our firefighting jurisdictions. I urge your support of Amendment L015.
Further discussion on L015. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of... Five? 1-5. I rise in support of Amendment L015. And I ask you to actually support it. Is that what he said? I don't. Here's the thing. Proposition HH passed. Voters said no. Don't use TABOR refunds. Don't use the TABOR surplus. Don't use my refund to backfill me on property taxes. And I understand everybody's probably thinking, why are we talking about that with this bill? And it's because there's just kind of this honesty thing that I think we need to really address. 238 still has the TABOR refund backfill mechanism in it. It still has that in there. And I understand we passed that, and I say we, I voted for it. We passed that in the 22 session prior to HH, but now we know. Now we know from the population, from our voters, that they don't want to have their TABOR surplus reduced for backfill to local governments to get a property tax reduction. We know that now. And we know it's there. And we have the opportunity to fix that and be consistent with the vote that just occurred. And what's even more perplexing, and why we're coming back here and saying this still needs to be fixed. We know we should be fixing it. Let's respect the voters. But then on top of it all, we had Amendment L027 that talks about local governments paying back money that we reimbursed them if there is a final judicial decision. That is specific to 238. That's specific to this amendment. Let's just fix it. Why can't we just be honest about it? Why can't we just respect the will of the voters? Why do we have to kind of hide stuff places? The voters just said no. Don't use TABOR, don't use my TABOR refund to give me property tax relief.
Senator Kirkmeyer, I'm going to encourage you to refrain from impugning any member's motives. Please proceed with your comments.
What are you talking about? I didn't refute anyone's motives. So, I was using the royal we, which includes myself in that. So, good grief. Anyways, what was the need for Amendment 27? If there isn't still some modem here, some portion of backfill to local governments is coming from TABOR surplus, coming from people's TABOR refunds. HH, 11 days ago, huge majority. 58% of the people voted. 1.8 million people said don't use TABOR refunds. They sent us a very clear message. Don't use TABOR refunds. This amendment just makes it very clear that we're going to listen to and respect the will of the voters. That's what this amendment is about. Let's just make it clear. Let's not keep things back there and act like we don't know about them when we do know about them. We have the opportunity for some really good governing right now. To say to our voters, we heard you. To say to Coloradoans, we heard you, we were listening, we respect that. and we're going to fix this. This was something we did prior to you voting. Now we heard from you. We heard that you don't like this. To me, it's a respect thing. Let's respect the voters. Let's respect those 1.8 million people who said, don't use my TABOR refund to backfill local governments so that I get a property tax relief. We have $2.3 billion in our general fund unrestricted reserves. It's put there for emergencies. It's put there for situations, not just for government, but for the people. You know, all through the debate on Proposition HH, and even to some degree in 303, and even as we've been in this special session, instead of us talking about the needs of the people, instead of us talking about putting the people first, making sure that they can put food on the table and keep a roof over their head and get their kids' dental bill paid, we keep talking about government needs, what the government needs. You realize we increased our budget by over 7% last year? And we're proposed to increase it by over 6% or something this year? People didn't get that kind of increase in their own personal income, in their own personal budgets. They're not dealing with an increase. They're dealing with huge decreases. We saw at the Joint Budget Committee where people are depleting their savings. They're depleting their reserve. They're depleting their savings accounts. They're maxing out their credit cards. They're going into debt. This whole thing with Proposition HH, trying to figure out the property taxes and how much we increased, how much they grew, and why it happened so dramatically, it's our fault. With the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment. And I just want to point out, I did not say it was the Democrats' fault. I said it is our fault. I was not in the General Assembly at that point, but I'm here now. It was our fault. We repealed the safety net for residential property tax owners. We repealed the safety net for residential property tax owners and put them in this situation. And they were told in 2020 that if they didn't vote for the repeal of the Gallagher Amendment, that their property taxes would go up. I think they were told that because people truly didn't understand that when you take away that safety net, that any increase in valuation is going to drive a huge increase in property taxes. So the reason we're in this mess is because of actions of the General Assembly and the governor where we repealed Gallagher. And I get the people voted for that too. Clearly they didn't understand what was going to happen. And I don't think they were told correctly what was going to happen. So here we are today, here we are. We've had yet another vote by the people. They're the ones we should be worried about. They're the ones we should be talking about, more so than we are. Because there has been some discussion about it, but more so than we are. We should be talking about what is in the best interests of our citizens. And saying that we're going to reduce our reserves that we're just sitting on by our reserves are $2.3 billion and growing. But reducing those, and oh, by the way, we have $183 million. That's what came up in the September forecast. $183 million in excess of that 15% reserve. So we're above it. We have the funds. We have the funds to go ahead And instead of reimbursing local governments out of TABOR surplus, out of their refund, we have the funds to do it out of our general fund reserves. And I've heard all the arguments, and I've got it all. I've gotten the whole, what kind of fiscal conservative are you that you would reduce reserves? The kind of fiscal conservative that cares about the citizens of Colorado, that is going to put their needs above government needs, that is going to put their crisis above us sitting on $2.3 billion, plus another $183 million. So essentially 2.5. We're just sitting on that money while they have needs. So this amendment, I hope you vote for it. I would strongly encourage you to put the people's needs, their crisis, in front of us just sitting on some money. It's not like we're even getting that much interest off of it. So why don't we help out the people of Colorado here? They gave us a really clear message 11 days ago. We don't have to do this. We don't have to fix something that we know now is not the best way to go, that the people don't want, but we should. But we should. Is that your daughter? Oh. There's a cute little girl in the back jumping up and down. Oh, it's Mark Ferrandino's daughter. And she's very cute. But we should. We don't have to, but we should. That's what good governing. That's what good governing is about. That's what we're sent down here to do. Every day that we're trying to pass a bill, it's supposed to be in the best interest and meet the needs of Coloradoans, not of state government. There was no need for Amendment L027, the exhausting of the final judicial decision stuff. There was no need for that unless there's some way that money's coming out of TABOR surplus. So you know what? We don't even need this if we approve Amendment 15. We don't even need this. And I think we garner the respect of our citizens for doing the right thing, for doing better. So I would urge an aye vote of Amendment 15. We can cover it. Doesn't break the bank. Doesn't put us in dire straits. OSPB said in their forecast the chance of a recession is less than 30%, and it just keeps going down. So we can cover this. And as far as education goes, just to remind you, the governor proposed a budget that fully funded education, negated the budget stabilization factor, appropriately named the BS factor, and fully funded education, knowing that HH may not pass or it may pass. It was prior to the vote coming in. And when he was asked with regard to, is this predicated on HH passing? He said no. He said HH didn't have anything to do with it, that we can fully fund education and we can keep it that way. So we need to stop the whole fear-mongering that the budget stabilization factor is going to come back. It's not. It's not coming back. So again, I urge an aye vote on Amendment 15. Let's do what's right by our citizens. Let's respect them. Let's respect their vote. Let's do it. Let's do better.
Further discussion on L15? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L15 to SB 001. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. That amendment fails. To the bill, Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and there's an amendment at the desk.
There is. Mr. Pineda, will you please read L43 to SB 001?
Senate Bill 1, L043.
Senator Peltonar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. I've got the six-man semifinals in my ear, and Shine Wells is right now ahead at halftime.
Start off by moving your amendment, please.
To the bill. Amendment 43, and I visited with the sponsor on this amendment a little bit. What this amendment would do would set up a county assistance grant program to help 8 of the smallest counties. 2 of them are in my district.
Please move.
I move Amendment 43.
There you go. There you go. To the amendment.
Again, it'll set up a grant program administered by DOLA, and it is only $6 million. We've heard of the $2.3 billion in our reserve. $6 million to help the smallest of the counties that might fall through the cracks, I think is a pretty small price to pay. So I would ask for a yes vote to support the small counties.
Senator Liston? No, I'm just waiting for the next one. Oh, okay. All right. Further discussion? Senator Hansen?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, I unfortunately need to urge a no vote on L43. This was an idea that we did have in our discussions yesterday. I appreciate the sponsor bringing this. We talked extensively with local government stakeholders, county governments about this. This would create a brand new grant program, which in itself would create the need for people to administer that grant program at DOLA. And so one of the issues that we had was for $6 million, we'd probably be creating several FTE that would be needed to run it. So there'd be a fair amount of overhead costs there. And so we decided instead to focus on changing the threshold from 13.5 up to 15 to make sure that we were able to capture more of that inflation in the threshold that we're establishing in the bill. So we thought that was a better way to go with this discussion. Certainly understand where the sponsor's coming from on L43, but need to urge a no vote on this particular amendment.
Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely disagree with the good senator from Denver. I would ask that these counties really look at what we're doing to them with some of these cuts, and I would ask to see if there are services that they cannot perform, and if they can't perform them services, please sign on a letter, send to us, and see if we can perform them for you or pay for them in some way, because this needs to be done for our smaller counties. We're making some issues here with our smaller counties where they may not be able to provide services. Something needs to happen. So I appreciate the good senator from Denver to say no, but I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Will?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand in strong support of this amendment. There's many of these smaller counties that need this, and I've been during this special session, I've been talking to some of my smaller areas and counties, and what's that? Oh yeah. Yeah, in Delta County on this as well, but some of my smaller counties and some of the stuff I heard, actually even this morning before breakfast, talking to some of the smaller counties out there, and the exact quote, and I quote, that we can deal with a lot of this, like the hospital districts and some of the tax issues. We can deal with all this, but what hurts us in these taxing districts in these small counties, and this is a quote from my people, is that what's really hurting them is the unfriendliness of the legislature over here to oil and gas. And that hurts them more than anything in the counties and for taxation.
Seeing no further discussion, Leader Lundin.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. I just want to step into the well and amplify the voices that you've just heard. There are several individuals who represent a significant portion, a massive plurality. I think it's probably actually, if I did the math, a majority of the geography of the state of Colorado. And those voices come down, and the organization of this body, which is appropriate under the laws of our country, which is designed to be one person, one vote, tends to have interests that find themselves concentrated in the urban corridor and the Front Range of Colorado. And it's easy to miss or not hear or not consider carefully the nuanced challenge that some of our policies, which are generally designed by the majority, which is fundamentally all from the urban corridor Front Range, they miss some of the details. There's a sensitivity, there's a desire to hear what's being said, but at the same time, those voices aren't amplified. They don't always get heard. And quite frankly, to listen as best you can isn't the same as to live the experience. And so I just want to say, I rise to amplify the voices and the perspectives that have just been presented. Don't necessarily understand them completely because I don't live that, but at the same time, I honor the people that live there. I honor the fact that it is part of the ethic, the composition, the nature of Colorado that we defend and support and provide for the edification of the people that live in those disparate parts of our state that are so fundamental to the composition and understanding and nature of who we are more broadly as a state. We all want to claim colorful Colorado. The voices you just heard speak before me live in colorful Colorado.
I think we all live in colorful Colorado. Leader Lundin. Further discussion on L043. Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L43. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes have it. L43 fails. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, it's good to be up here. We've had a lot of great discussions about the improvement of Senate Bill 1 and my appreciation to the Senate sponsors for their willingness to try and improve their own bill and to listen to ours. You know, members, here today we've addressed the problem of some of the EMS special districts, the hospital districts, the fire districts, school districts, other districts, recreational districts, sanitation districts, backfill this and that for the local governments, which is probably needed, and to try and fine-tune it. But one group I was kind of waiting to see and hope that we've left out of the equation that's been talked about, and I think that we've all heard from this group over the many months, really over the last year or two, that has come to the Capitol and tried to seek some help and some relief. Lord knows I've tried. I know there's members on both sides of the aisle that have heard this, and that is our senior citizens and our disabled veterans. We really have not addressed their dire situation. I've tried, other people have tried, but it's really long overdue to help our seniors and our disabled veterans who have diligently and faithfully been paying their local property taxes on their primary residences for 10, 20, 30, 40 years in some cases. And they've been desperately looking and pleading for some property tax relief. I know that, that Senate Bill 1 does a little bit to help them, but in all reality, it really doesn't go near far enough. I realize that, that there's the measure to increase the exemption from what, 50 to 55,000, which is a step, but when housing prices over the last 20, 30 years or less really have tripled and quadrupled. Say due to inflation, home ownership and increased property taxes, the seniors and the disabled veterans tax exemption, which has been at $200,000 for the last 21 years, it's almost meaningless. Home prices have risen considerably in Colorado over this past 20 years. I did a little homework. Back in 2000, the median price of a home was $140,000. Today, just in El Paso County, according to the people that I've spoken with, the median price for just a small home or a patio home is now $450,000. That's over a 220% increase. As we all know, home prices in the Denver, Boulder, and other areas are much, much higher than what they are in rural Colorado or El Paso County. So with that in mind, I would like to introduce an amendment that will address a little more so, very modestly, quite frankly, and I'll speak about it.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L026?
Senate Bill 1, Amendment L026. Amend printed bill, page 10, after line.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I gave my notes to. No, hold on. Just a second. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L026 to Senate Bill 001.
To the amendment.
Very good. Members, what this amendment does, listen to me, it raises the senior homestead exemption, which has been at $200,000 for the last 21 years. Are you ready? It raises it by a whopping $50,000. It raises it from $200,000 to $250,000. I know that's earth-shaking. That's going to probably change the world, but this is a very, very reasonable and modest increase. Quite frankly, due to inflation and everything, it should really be much higher. But in my willingness to try and work with the sponsors and anybody and everybody else, and this is only for 1 year, by the way. So it raises the senior homestead and veterans disabled exemption from $200,000, which is where it's been for over 20 years, to $250,000. I've also, I know that I offered a comparable bill just yesterday in the Senate Finance Committee, and the fiscal note came out to $115 million. Well, as a result of this amendment, this is only a fiscal note of $38 million. And my good colleague from Weld County has been very forthright and informed us all that we have $2.3 billion in reserves. We've got another $1.4 billion in the state education fund. We have excess reserves. There's money in the general fund. There's another $183 million alone above and beyond the TABOR reserves, according to the September forecast. We're asking for $38 million. It's interesting to note, I couldn't help, and it's coming our way, I think tomorrow, that there's a House bill coming our way, House Bill 23B1001, which is an emergency rent assistance grant program for renters. And in that bill, there's a fiscal note of $30 million. Now, I'm not necessarily begrudging renters maybe some help, but with all due respect to our seniors and disabled veterans that have been paying their property taxes of thousands and thousands of dollars for 10, 20, 30, and 40 years every single year, I think if we can find $30 million for renters who don't pay property taxes, I think it's only reasonable and that we should find $38 million that will help our seniors alleviate the astronomical increases that they're going to see on their property when they get their notices. With that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L026 and be glad to discuss it further. Thank you.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I think as we examine L26, really need to make sure we're understanding what's on the paper. So I'm going to ask some clarifying questions because I think the figures that you just shared with us may be off by just a little bit. So the current homestead exemption is 50% of $200,000. So it's a $100,000 exemption. And you're proposing in this amendment, if I'm reading line 20 correctly, 50% of $500,000. So this is a 2.5 times expansion of the senior homestead exemption. Now, folks, we're at $170 million this year. And so by rough math, this would cost us $440 million. And to be very clear, we may be in a room where irony is dead because this is a TABOR refund mechanism, folks. So we just had a debate saying we shouldn't use TABOR refunds for property tax relief. And now we have an amendment in front of us that will go from $170 million of TABOR refunds to $440 million of TABOR refunds. So irony may be dead here in the Senate chamber, but that's just my first reading of L26.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to come up with a clever quip to flip the irony back on its head, and it's not coming to me. So I will just be straightforward and point out that 238 is statute. If it were coming out of this chamber as a referred measure to the ballot, it would be a simple majority vote. And the homestead exemption for seniors is constitutional. And if it were coming out of this chamber, it would require a 2/3 majority vote. There's a distinction. There's a difference between the things that lie in statute, because we put it there, and something that sits in the Constitution because the people put it there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Senator Liston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, I spoke with the amendment clerk, and he has assured me that the way I've presented the bill or the amendment is that this is only raising the exemption by $50,000. So that is my intent. That is what, I'll be honest with you, if you're reading it one way, we can have a discussion with the amendment clerk. He's sitting over there, but the purpose of my amendment, I'm not trying to pull a fast one at all, is, excuse me, to increase the senior homestead exemption from $200,000 to $250,000. It's 50%. So we can have a private discussion, and if it needs to be tweaked, so be it. But that is the purpose of L026. I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L026? Seeing none, the question before the body is, do you have more discussion? Okay. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is an exemption, so what's happening here is the state would just collect less money from the taxpayers as opposed to collecting more money from the taxpayers and then having to refund it back to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights mechanism. So a little disingenuous, I think, and just wanted to clarify exactly, I think, what the amendment would do, which is allow the taxpayers of Colorado, especially our veterans, to keep more of their money as opposed to paying it to the state of Colorado and then getting it back through a Taxpayer Bill of Rights refund.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I think we need to be clear about what current law is and what the amendment does. Current law uses about $170 million of TABOR surplus transferred to local governments to backfill for the property tax they didn't collect because of the senior homestead exemption. That's how it works. 170 million is the current figure. That number is growing because Colorado's getting older on average, and we're expecting that to grow over the next few years. The amendment offered before us would expand that significantly. And it says on line 20, 50% of the first $500,000. That's $250,000. Half of 500 is 250. So right now we're at 100. We would go to 250. This is a 2.5 times expansion of that TABOR refund mechanism. So that's what we're being asked to consider with L26. Let's be clear about what's being offered.
Senator, any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Liston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, you know, we can debate that, but in my opinion, and the bill, the amendment clerk, is that this is only an increase of $50,000 for the senior homestead exemption. I am advocating for the seniors and the disabled veterans. I urge and I vote for Amendment L026. I am willing to look the seniors and the disabled veterans in the eye and say we did something for them. If you don't want to vote for it, so be it, but I ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion on L026, the question before the body is the adoption of Amendment L026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, we're going to continue to have an interesting debate about the senior homestead exemption. Something that we've talked about referendum HH quite a bit. And one of the provisions, I believe, in referendum HH, specifically that was in the bill, was portability for the senior homestead exemption. If there's anything that I think all of us have heard from the seniors is that while the exemption needs to be raised, something that is very important and near and dear to the seniors is to have some portability for the senior homestead exemption. Right now, many seniors are stuck in their homes. They would like to move and downsize into smaller homes. It would increase the housing stock for families that want to move up. So with that in mind, I have another amendment. Here you go.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L025?
Senate Bill 1, Amendment L025.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L025
to the amendment.
To Senate Bill 001.
To the amendment, Senator Liston.
Okay, very good. Well, members, what this does, it's a very simple amendment. For those people who supported, which, you know, on good people on this side of the aisle, one of the provisions of referendum HH was to give portability to the seniors. And all this amendment does is really takes the same, virtually the same verbiage, if I'm not mistaken, and gives portability to the seniors. Doesn't cost anything. There's no fiscal note on it. And that's something that the seniors desperately want. So if you liked referendum HH and it failed, but this is a good component piece why some people did vote for referendum HH, certainly the seniors, as they can see some value in that. So with that in mind, I urge and I vote for Amendment L025 to give the seniors and the disabled veterans portability, which they do not have. It doesn't cost anything. So I urge and I vote on L025.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And members, my public position on this policy is very clear. I was proud to send HH to the ballot. And one of the great parts of that was almost this exact same language. So just to continue with intellectual consistency, apparently the voters said no to that. The voters said no. So I want to start with that. That argument's been used several times today. The second argument that reminds me that irony is dead in this chamber is that this would also expand the use of TABOR refunds. So if we say yes to this amendment, this will significantly expand the amount of TABOR refunds that will be used to backfill local governments for a much larger senior homestead exemption. I mean, I love the policy here. We need portability, and we need to figure out how to pay for that. L25 is just expand it and use TABOR refunds. So I'm a little confused. I've been hearing all day from my friends across the aisle that we shouldn't do something the voters said no to. The voters said no to this. I'm also confused because this drastically, significantly expands the use of TABOR refunds for property tax relief. So can someone help me understand the disconnect, the dissonance, perhaps is the best word, from L25?
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the good senator from Denver, I don't know if I can help you, but I will attempt to do that. On referendum HH, there was plenty to not like in it, but there were, a blind squirrel can find a nut. And there was a nut buried in referendum HH, and it was the portability feature. So I give you high kudos for including portability in referendum HH. I think that certainly I heard from a number of constituents, and I'm sure that many people in this room did as well, that they had major concerns with referendum HH, but they did like the idea of portability. And as far as the supposed increase costs, that can be debated. I think that you could make the case that as real estate transactions take place, people are buying and selling and downsizing and buying more furniture and doing this, that, and the other, is that really tax collections could conceivably grow as a result of the increased turnover of real estate. But the bottom line is that this is one of the positive things. I'll give you all the credit. You yourself said that you like the idea, you want to address portability. Well, this is a good opportunity to do it, to make your existing Senate Bill 1 a okay bill much better. And I'll be able to look the seniors and the disabled veterans in the eye in my district, and I'm sure my colleagues will, that those of us who want to support it, we did everything we could to help the seniors. We couldn't get you much of a substantial increase in the exemption. Lord knows we've tried over the years, but we also tried to give you portability, which you consistently have told us again and again and again. They've been in here in this building to testify that the increase is nice, but the portability is even a greater attraction to the seniors and the disabled veterans. So we can't give them everything under Senate Bill 1, but we can give them something that they truly, really want and deserve, and that is portability. So members, with that, I urge an aye vote on Amendment L025. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on L025? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is fitting that we are joined with by the representative from Castle Rock for this tremendous moment in the history of the Senate, because, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment here, which is L020.
There is an amendment at the desk.
And, Mr. Chair, I move L020.
Will the clerk please read the amendment L020?
Senate Bill 1,
Senator
Amendment
Van
L020.
Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, what L020 represents is a very simple solution for a rather simple problem that we are facing here. And this is really the simplest solution for hardworking taxpayers. And it's just the true tax relief that is needed for the counties. Mr. Chair, did I not previously move?
You have to move it after the clerk reads it. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator. I move, once again, L20.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And really, it's almost a full-page amendment here, but really it's all in one sentence. And that sentence, what it does is a straightforward cap on the increase to provide true tax relief and predictability for the taxpayers of Colorado, while allowing a modest 6% growth for local governments, fire protection districts, counties, municipalities, and other special districts. There is beauty in simplicity because, one, it doesn't touch the reserves, two, it doesn't touch TABOR refunds, and it also solves the backfill problem created in the legislation because no local government will get cut. It's simply a cap on year-over-year growth. It is simple, it is elegant, and that 6% is double what the Consumer Price Index CPI inflation is right now, and it's also above the 4% that we use for the tax deferral program, at which level that kicks in. Now, it is not a strike blow. It doesn't delete the entire bill. It actually keeps pages 1 and 2 and pages 10 through 18 of the bill. Simply, it's transparency, understandability, and predictability through a much more simplistic solution. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Pelton.
Yep, thank you. This looks familiar. This looks like a bill that the good representative from Castle Rock, who's sitting in the chamber, and myself ran and sat around the table and negotiated back in January, and stakeholdered with county commissioners all across the state, and said, "Hey, you guys, we need to negotiate this out and have a discussion with what's going on with property tax, or else you're going to get stuck with what the governor gives you." And that's pretty much what the discussion we had. The problem is that the good representative's bill died in committee by one vote over in the House. And we worked very hard on this, very diligently. The problem with this now would be implementation of this with the assessors that are coming on, but I still ask for an aye vote. This is a great idea. I commend the good senator from Castle Rock for bringing it in front of us, and I like it. I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L020? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L020. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 1? Seeing none, the question... Yes, you were not in the well, Senator Kirkmeyer.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay.
Senator Smallwood was in my way.
Senator... Because it was Senator Smallwood's fault. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that. I was trying to get down here, though. You're just really fast. And we're to Senate Bill 1 now. No more amendment.
Yes, we are to the bill.
Thank you. So, members, appreciate all the amendments that were brought forward and some of them that were put on and did a little bit better stuff for the bill. But I'm still pretty disappointed and dismayed that I'm sure this bill is going to pass. And it's a bill that takes care of government. Doesn't really take care of the citizens of Colorado. Members, we're at historic reserves. Historic. We have $2.3 billion in our reserves. We have an excess of $183 million above that 15% reserve. and we couldn't get to meaningful property tax relief. We have record fund balances. They're not just healthy, record fund balances. We've grown government, state government, by over 6,000 FTE in the last 5 years. We increased our general fund by over 7% in 23-24. And we're proposing to increase our general fund for 24-25 by 7.2%. We are living high on the hog in this state. And, you know, and when I say that, I'm thinking, do we still even have hogs in Colorado, or are they gone now too? Bacon. We have it. We had a $4 billion increase in property taxes statewide. $4 billion increase in property taxes. As a result, partially because of actions by the General Assembly and the governor to repeal the Gallagher Amendment. $4 billion increase. And here's what we came up with. $200 million in relief. You want to know what that equals? 50 cents for every $100. That's what we gave them. 2 quarters. 2 bits. 2 quarters of relief for every $100 in our budget. 2 quarters. $200 million in relief. That's it. Out of nearly a $40 billion budget. That's all we could come up with for the citizens of Colorado. That was it. How ultimately sad is that? I will be voting no on this bill because, quite frankly, it doesn't go far enough. I was accused of putting out a bill that just wasn't real. Well, this just isn't even meaningful and doesn't even come close. I would urge everyone to vote no. We didn't get the job done. We didn't take care of our citizens, and we could do a lot better. But we certainly took care of government. Vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the passage of Senate Bill 1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 1 is passed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will rise and report. Thanks. Yeah. Steve was out here. Oh, there he is.
The Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please mark Senator Coleman as excused? Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has had 2 bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
November 18th, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report as it had under consideration the following tax bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 3 as amended, Senate Bill 1 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 2?
Amendment 2 to the committee of the whole. Senator
Mr.
Lundin.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 002 to SC 001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The underlying policy, colleagues, is complicated. It's nuanced, it's detailed, but the principle is crystal. Senate Bill 1, by virtue of how it's constructed, by virtue of what it does and doesn't do, and by virtue, quite frankly, of an amendment that we put into it that I think is like waving a red flag in front of an angry bull, acknowledges that it uses taxpayer Bill of Rights money, refund money, what I call the people's savings account money, to fund backfills. This amendment that I'm asking you to vote in favor of says not so. We shouldn't do that. It would strike that money out, still pay the backfills, but pay them from reserve account money, the $2.3 billion in reserves that we have, probably 1.5% of those reserves. So from the historic high of 15% down to a reasonable, still almost historic high, 13.5%, 13%. Your determination of where you vote on this Cal amendment explains very clearly your perspective on protecting or raiding the taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money. To vote yes says I honor the people of Colorado. I honor the Constitution. I honor the taxpayer Bill of Rights, and I defend the people's ownership of that. To vote no on this says, as a big fan of HH, I believe we should raid the taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money and spend it, even though the people have clearly spoken they would prefer we defend it. I urge your support of Cal Amendment 2.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote on Cow Amendment number 2. I think we had a great discussion on this during seconds, and you know the interesting thing here is that this bill doesn't actually change the mechanism in Senate Bill 1. We still have $200 million. Now, what this does do is allows us to raid our reserves. That's what's at the bottom of Section 3 of this particular amendment. And then immediately, if you turn the page, immediately says you got to go back to 15% the next year. So we would need to figure out real fast, as in the next 30 seconds before we vote on this cow, how are we going to pay for that? Because it's a moving target, of course. Next year's budget grows with inflation and population. And the reserve requirement at 15% becomes a larger number as a result. And so we take away this restriction, this requirement to get to 15% this year, raid that important reserve, and then immediately say we got to go right back to it. And there's nothing in this amendment that tells us how in the heck are we going to pay for that. There's no magic wand here. If we raid the reserve, we raid the reserve. And I realize that's the big idea that has been brought by the other side of the aisle to this special session. Let's spend down our savings account and put our financial house out of order. That's exactly what this amendment would do. It just makes a good reserve into a bad one. Why would we do that? Why would we possibly put ourselves at financial risk in a way that this amendment and the other bills that have been proposed during this special session? And then, of course, immediately says we got to go back to 15%. But no clarity on how we would actually pay for catching up after raiding the savings account. I urge a no vote on count number 2.
Senator Lundy.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me redirect some of the arguments. The argument against the cow is into the minutiae and details of the policy, which I said was nuanced and sophisticated. I will agree to that. And the fundamental question you were asked was how? How could we possibly, if we move our reserves from 15% down to, I'll be generous, conservative, and say 13%, I think it's less than that, I think it'd be 13.5, almost 13.7. But how, if we go from 15 to 13, could we possibly deal with that? Well, politics is the art of the possible. It's a session, it's a budget, it's a discussion, it's a couple $100 million. How do we get at that? That is one possible way of addressing it. The other possible way of addressing it is do what we have done as a General Assembly for decades. You move the number in the statutes from 15 to 13 as the required reserve. 15 this year, 13.4 the year before, 2.8 the year before, 3 the year before, 7 the year before, 6.5, 5.49, 5, 5, 4, 2.3, 2, 2, 4. You just move the number if you have to get to that. The question is, do you want to defend what the voters have spoken so clearly about? Not raiding the taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money? It's not raiding the reserves. It's using the reserves for the purpose they are accumulated. An emergency, a crisis, a problem, good policy. This amendment simply says, I believe that what the voters said with such clarity 11 days ago is worth protecting and defending. The taxpayer Bill of Rights refund money. I vote yes on this amendment. I vote to protect the taxpayer Bill of Rights money. I am willing to do the work of a legislator to manage the state's budget from historically high reserves before this amendment to historically high reserves after this amendment. I urge your support of COW 002.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition of COW Amendment 2. I'll tell you a couple of reasons why. The bond rating agencies, of which dictate the interest rate the state needs to pay on debt, follow this. And many believe that we should have reserves of 19% to fully insulate ourselves from a downturn. Banking has moved to requiring higher reserves in prior years to pass stress tests from downturns. The state made a mistake in the early 2000s and got caught. That's where the BSF came from. That's where the instability in the para fund came from. And I remember I was here when this side of the aisle ran amendment after amendment after amendment to raise the reserve when we were in the middle of a downturn. This is not fiscally conservative, trying to raid these reserves. The people of the state of Colorado expect us to prudently manage the funds of state, the ship of state, so it can weather any storm that might come down the pike vis-a-vis a major recession. I ask for a no vote on COW Amendment 2.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. I do stand in support of COW Amendment 2. And we had this discussion, I think, at length yesterday. What are reserves for? Why do we have reserves? We have reserves so that there's money available in the event of an emergency. We have been told that we are here because there is an emergency, because there is a crisis. I don't know if anybody else remembers the governor of our state donning safety glasses, approaching a bin that is for emergencies only, breaking the glass, breaking the plastic, feigning breaking the glass, purporting to break the glass. We all have known since we were children that there are these boxes, and the boxes are clearly labeled for emergency only. In the event of an emergency, break the glass or plastic. And that is what happened. The chief executive of our state has determined that we are in an emergency. Could not be more clearly illustrated with a bat, safety glasses, and the box to be broken into only in the event of emergencies. If this really isn't an emergency, then perhaps we should start this debate all over again. And all of us can parade our little selves up here and say, you know what? Guess what? None of us really believe that this is an emergency. None of us really believe that this is a crisis. We think that was all theatrics, histrionics. Let's do that then, because it's a binary decision. We're in a crisis, an emergency, or we're not. And if you're a person that believes we are an emergency, which I know one person who at least illustrated that, then isn't that what reserves are for? Taking money to help the citizens of our state in the event of emergencies, in the event of crises. And again, to the point of the good senator from El Paso County, it's not like we're taking reserves from a historically high level to a historically low level, or even from a historically high level to a historically normal level. We're simply changing the definition of historically high is all we would be doing. So I would say, if nothing else, colleagues, let's be honest with the citizens of the state. If we're in an emergency, let's behave like we're in an emergency and use reserves for what they were designed for, emergencies. And if this isn't an emergency, really, then again, let's shoot straight and change our rhetoric here and say things like Cow Amendment 2 aren't necessary because we're not in an emergency and we're not in a crisis. I'm one that believes, from what I'm hearing from the taxpayers, that we are, that people are suffering, that people are hurting. This is something that merited a special session of the legislature to come in and fix an emergency problem. And you heard yesterday, we don't have a lot of time to do it, colleagues. Chop, chop. So, if you're like me, believe that citizens need every ounce of assistance, every ounce of help that we can give them, this is an emergency. This is a perfect time to use something like the reserves, and would therefore encourage a yes vote on Cow Amendment 2. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, colleagues.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish I had my pearls on today so I could clutch them. Let's be clear, because we have been having this discussion over the course of not just the past 2 days. We've been having this conversation over the course of many, many months. I want to point you all to the Joint Budget Committee's working document, not from last week, not from last month, but from a year and 2 days ago, November 15th, 2022, that actually speaks directly to this issue about what is the nature of a reserve and what are the purposes of a reserve. To be clear, the Joint Budget Committee's staff briefing document makes a very strong case that the 15% reserve that we have is not even enough to cover us in the point of an emergency. How does one think? We heard another bill in the local government committee that attempted to provide property tax relief by only taking from the reserves, making this argument that, in fact, let's break the glass. Let's use the reserves. The Joint Budget Committee briefing document in regards to the reserve actually says, let's look at it from two different ways. One, Moody's, September 2022, actually goes and argues that after stress testing Colorado's budget and reserves, that we'd actually should be better off with a 6% reserve, not the 15% that we currently have. You want to put it another way? In the way that normal folks think about what you would need in your bank account if you were to suddenly hit a crisis. 2 months operating. You know what that would be? 16.7% reserve, not the 15% that we currently have. Last night, when we were attempting to go to debate, the question was, well, we didn't know that this special session was coming. We need time. So is it a crisis or isn't it? Let's stop playing gotcha politics. Let's be direct and honest with people. I rise in opposition and urge a no vote on this cow amendment. Let's be responsible in the ways in which we provide the relief to working class Coloradans.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I love how often folks have been coming down to this well, how often over the last week or so folks have come out and said, this is why Prop HH lost. The people of Colorado have spoken and it's clear. I'm sorry, but I was in here and I voted for 303 and I voted for the companion legislation that was tied to the passage of 303 that did something else if that passed. And I can tell you, that was pretty complicated even for me, and this is my job. So I don't think we can really say the people of Colorado definitively voted no on HH 6040 for any particular reason. Because that was a complicated, convoluted referendum that did a whole lot of stuff. And I don't think I'm out of line saying that. It was tough to understand. The ballot language was beautiful. It did a lot of other things. We could just as easily say that 6040, the people of Colorado just said no to a property tax cut. Now, I don't think that. I don't think that the people that voted 60% no said, you know what, I don't believe in property tax cuts. I don't think that's why they voted no on HH, but that's something HH did. In fact, HH cut property taxes by more than this here. So perhaps the people who voted no on HH said, oh, those property taxes are too deep. Don't cut my property taxes by that much. And in fact, there are some people in those far left circles that I do sometimes talk with who said that they didn't vote yes on HH because they didn't want to cut property taxes. There are people in Colorado who think that. So to come up here and say, the reason that HH lost, the voters are clear, that is just, good for you at reading their minds. But I don't think that that is something we can credibly say up here at this podium. So, what does this amendment do? This amendment takes the reserves that we have in this state that are there for recessions, that are there to make sure that when economic hardship hits this state in a way that hits our state budget, that we can still continue to provide the people of Colorado with the services that we provide them. And when we are in recessions, the cost of those services goes up. Because when we're in a recession, even more people depend on Medicaid coverage, and the state pays a big chunk of that. Right when we need to have our budget the most, right when we need to be able to meet the needs of Coloradans, if we don't have reserves, we can't meet them. That is what that 15% is for. We don't have a rainy day fund in this state. TABOR prevents that. Maybe that's something we should work on in the future. Ask the people of Colorado if they give us a rainy day fund. When we do that, I suggest that we don't tie 100 different things to that particular question. We just ask them directly, shall we have a rainy day fund? My suggestion. What do I know? But we don't have a rainy day fund. The reserves in part function to fulfill that. And if this amendment passes, not only are we spending some of those reserves, but to go back next year means we're going to have to figure out where that money comes from. So if we're going to do that anyway, as this amendment says, if this amendment says you got to come back, I want to know, what are you going to cut? And that's fine, right? It's all about priorities. Governing is about priorities. Totally agree. So tell me what your priorities are. Come up here with the $250 million in cuts that you will make to the state budget, and let's have that conversation. But right now, as this bill stands, it is fiscally irresponsible. And to say that the people of Colorado made it clear that anything was their will on HH, there's not one thing. I think the clear takeaway from HH to me is ask the voters a single question. Don't ask them 100 questions at once, because the answer you get back isn't going to be clear. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Sorry.
You are
You and the good senator from Steamboat Springs look so much alike.
Are you from Steamboat Springs? Is that where you're from? Who is
that last speech just had me going. Sorry, I missed it. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Denver
I
Post
apologize.
last night thought I was Chris Hansen.
Oh, there we go. Anyways, wow. I would just say this. Thank you for making our case that Proposition HH was not a single subject. Thank you so much. I agree 100% with the good senator from Greenwood Village, not Cherry Creek, that it should have been a single question. You're right. And there was too much on it. But whether we like it or not, 60% of the people said don't touch. They sent a clear message. 60% said, essentially, don't touch my TABOR refund to fund my property tax relief. And the reason I say that is because that is what the whole campaign for HH was all about. It was all about TABOR surplus, taking it from my TABOR refund to give me some basically nothing property tax relief. So we want to get down to it. Let's just talk about what should be in a reserve and how you count the dollars for a reserve and what counts in that 19% that Moody said or that anybody says. You don't just count what's in the unrestricted general fund reserves. So for my colleagues on the Joint Budget Committee, you need to start counting all of the other fund balances, all of them. And I can just rip off a few for you. First one, State Education Fund, $1.4 billion and growing. The Permanent Trust Fund, $1.2 billion. Add that to the 2.4 that's in the reserve because we are in excess of the 15% by $183 million. $183 million. That's $5 billion. And for those of you who don't have it on your computer, you're not figuring out, let me just tell you what that means. That's 29.4%. We have in unrestricted reserves and fund balances that I can just tell you about right now. That doesn't even count the fund balances that we may have in other areas of state government. You know those vacancy savings that we have in departments, those personal services line that are just sitting there that haven't been used for the last couple of years, that we're just building up government with? Those would count towards what we have in our reserve and what we should be putting forward to get to that 19%. But I can get us to 29.4% without even going in and digging into the budget. So to sit here and tell me that I'm being fiscally irresponsible when I'm telling you that the people of this state have proven to us that we are in a crisis mode, and it is because of this legislature, this General Assembly, and the governor who repealed the Gallagher Amendment, who didn't know what they were doing. You told people their property taxes were going to go down, and they went up dramatically.
Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Vote no.
Senator Kirkmeyer, we will not be impugning motives or saying people don't know what they're doing. We will not do that in this chamber. Let's all chill out a little bit. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, two remaining questions as we ponder this Cow amendment that either supports TABOR or denies TABOR. The two remaining questions as framed, one is, as we've just heard in significant detail from a member of the Joint Budget Committee, this question of our unrestricted reserves, 15%, Moody's would like it to be 19%. As somebody who works in the financial markets as a profession, when I'm not otherwise engaged in activities like this, I will tell you that the rating of a bond is a complicated activity with a significant set of layers and layers and layers of methodology. You just heard, to speak to the raw numbers conversation was happening, this idea that the reserve should be at 19%. In fact, I would argue, my math was about 22%. Remember, the JBC has access to greater numbers than I do. The reserves, take my 22% number or take my colleague's 29% number. The reserves, which are only one element of dozens and dozens of elements in methodology of bond rating, are certainly well within the tolerances of high quality AA, AAA. So if we can really drill into the details further if you want, but I think that case has been asked and answered. The remaining question really is the political question, and that's what we are all really good at. We're the political types, we're not the actuarial types. And the challenge was made that it's impossible to discern what the voters of Colorado were saying when they, by 20%, slaughtered. I mean, we all are politicians, right? I want to win by one vote. 50% plus one victory. 20%? Wow. Landslide. Massive. And when you boil it down, the messaging, the discussions, the issues, really clear. Violates TABOR? Doesn't. The don't violate TABOR argument won by 20 points. So you have a choice. And now, if you're shuffling off this political coil and moving on with your life and not going to be engaged in politics, good for you. But if you have political aspirations, if you have a political ear or antenna, you ignore, in my opinion, the clear message of the people of Colorado in support of and in defense of TABOR that was issued with the vote on HH and the debates we're having now. So, as for me and my political future, quite frankly, as for me and my sober, reasoned judgment as a 64-year-old professional who has built successful businesses, who understands the internals of finances, I actually know what an income statement and a balance sheet is. Not something that's well understood in this chamber by virtue of an informal survey that's been conducted over the last 2 years. Based on the expertise that I bring into the minutia of this conversation and based on my experience and insights, and I would say reasonably good political ear, even when I'm losing, I can still understand what's going on. A vote in favor of this Cow amendment, a vote to protect TABOR, is the smart and seasoned thing to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Minority Leader, I don't believe you're 64. Really? You look 50, 52. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I know that I'll be brief on this one. Just like to come up and defend a little bit of my good colleague from Weld County and the good senator from Weld County. And I just really want to say that when you are a county commissioner and you get a look at your budget, there's ways that you can find things to be able to pay for things. And I think that's what the good senator from Weld County was saying. There's money available for this. There's money available for us to save Tabor. And the good senator from Greenwood Village, I appreciate you coming up here and saying how complicated it was, but who made it complicated? That's what we need to remember. And I think saving Tabor is huge. We have to protect Tabor. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights is the citizens' most favorite thing in the state of Colorado. When I go to other states and I get to say, hey, guess what? Government can't grow too big, and I get a vote on any tax increases. Other states are like, how do I get that in my state? Because they love it. There's so many other states that love so many other citizens that live in other states that love Tabor. So we need to protect Tabor. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, as the only remaining person in this chamber who actually had to cut $3.3 billion from our state budget, not theoretical, not philosophy, like real time. When we had to cut $3.3 billion from our budget, our reserve was 7%. So the first thing we did is we took from the reserve, because that was an actual emergency. The purpose of the reserve is to mitigate the budgetary impact of declines in revenues. It is not about spending. It's not to come up with a new way of spending money. It's in order to continue the operations of state government. It is a state government budgetary reserve. It's not so that we can spend on a priority outside of the state budget. Thankfully, in Senate Bill 1, we are not tapping the reserve. We're also not tapping the refunds. We are living within our means. We have budgeted, and by we, I mean members of the Joint Budget Committee, as well as this chamber, when we adopted the state budget last year, decided that we had an amount available to us in order to provide property tax relief. That amount was $200 million. We need to learn to live within our means and focus our attentions on that $200 million and no more. Because you don't know pain until you've had to cut $450 million from higher education. You don't know pain until you've had to increase the budget stabilization factor to over $1 billion. You don't know pain when you've had to zero out 17 divisions of state government. You don't know pain when you've had to do a negative provider rate in the middle of a pandemic. You don't know the pain of 1,000 cuts. Because to get to $3.3 billion when our reserve only covered $494 million, we still had a couple of billion to go. So yes, I understand the concept of an emergency. And I disagree with the theater of breaking the glass. It's not my only disagreement. This same individual thought that preempting local government was a good idea, and we disagreed. And so I disagree with the notion that we need to tap our reserves in order to solve this emergency. Quite frankly, it's not our emergency. This is a local tax problem. And we are being pretty generous in trying to offer up some relief to the taxpayers by designating $200 million from our budget to solve for this problem. But we haven't had a decline in our state budget revenues. We don't need to tap something in order to continue the operations of state government, which is the point of the reserve. And it's not a savings account. It's a part of our budget. It is a living part of our budget. It is not a rainy day fund, and it is not something that we can just easily replenish. So while I respect the position that has been put forward about wanting to do more, I wish we too could do more, but I don't believe that we should do more at a cost to our fiscal house of state government. We need to live within our means.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Challenge was posed earlier of where would you cut? Where would you cut? I received that exact same challenge from that same colleague, dear friend of mine. So I endeavored to answer the question, and I did, by way of email. It did not take long for me to find where we spend money. The list of departments, agencies, I found on state website. And here they are. It's about 220 of them. So I made notes next to many of them that were redundant with each other, that were not appropriate roles for government, that were unnecessary. There is a lot of fat in there. There's some that's not appropriate because the state is attempting to do something that should be left to the counties. We should not be holding on so tight to what is good for the government. We should be holding on tight to what is good for our people. The people are in crisis right now because they received those property valuations that shot up 40 to 90%, that they know what is coming next. Some of them will be in danger of losing their homes. That's where our heart ought to be. Our heart ought to be for what is good for the people, the citizens, the voters, the taxpayers of the great state of Colorado. Not let's preserve what will be great for the government. Let's get our heart, our minds in the right place. We work for we the people. We don't work for the state of Colorado. Thank you for listening, colleagues.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Super succinct. I renew my call for an affirmative vote on Cal Amendment 002.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 002 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Exum, Mullica, Gonzalez, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Hanson, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, Marchman, Janala, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Danielson, Winter, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. There's another amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 1?
Cal Amendment 1 to Senate Bill
Mr.
0.
Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. I move Cal Amendment 1.
To the amendment.
This one's simple, this one's quick. This is about the reduction in valuation on homes. The proposal that's moving through this body started out saying $50,000 was the reduction that should be necessary. The authors, the sponsors found it they found the capacity as they sharpened their pencils, thank you very much, to move it up to 55. This amendment says, actually, we in our munificence and insights and real clear financial analysis, moved it up to 60. So this is a little bit more money in the pockets of the people. 50 to 60, Cal Amendment 1, I urge your support.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and members, I urge a no vote on 001. I would love for this to go from 55 to a much larger number, but as we've had a great debate today, we have to do it within our means. And 55 allows us, along with school and for school and local government backfill, to max out that $200 million that we've set aside. And we stretched it as far as we possibly could, and was pleased to be able to bring that amendment before you today to go from 50 to 55. Unfortunately, that's how much we have. And so I urge a no vote on Cow Amendment number 1.
Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Danielson, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, Marchman, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Fields, Hansen, Priola, Buckner, Winter, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 3?
Cal Amendment 3 to Senate Bill 1.
Peltonar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 3.
To the amendment.
This amendment sets up a county assistance grant program administered by DOLA to help some of the really small counties that might fall through the cracks of some of the safety net that is within Senate Bill 1. So very, very, very small fiscal note to this, just $6 million. I think the FDE are probably already in DOLA to administer this, because right now we're only looking at 8 counties that qualify, so, and it's a 1-year deal, so I think this is very doable, and I'd appreciate an aye vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote on Cow Amendment number 3. I think this is a really important subject that we did our very best to cover with the amendments that we were able to bring, again, within the resources that we have. We did push up the threshold to 15% to make sure we were capturing some of the lower growth counties up to that threshold. The other, I think, significant problem with Cow Amendment number 3 is that it would require additional FTEs to be hired at DOLA to be able to administer this grant, and it's not clear how the grant would actually decide between the different requests that would come in, and so I urge a no vote on Cow Amendment 3.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this Cow Amendment, partly because, as the senator from the east side of Denver just mentioned, not only is it unclear how this program would actually be administered, I tend to take there's been this very fascinating debate that we've been having over the course of the day and over the course of the special session that pertains to whether or not property taxes and relief programs should be administered at the state or local level. If I follow that logic, even though local governments have the ability to enact relief to their constituents directly, municipalities could take this action on their own, separate and apart from SB 001 altogether. But if I follow the logic of this amendment, not only would it grow state government by creating a new grant program, it would then go and administer that backfill back to the local county governments. Seems a bit convoluted. I urge a no vote.
Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 3 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Mullica, Exum, Gonzalez, Janal, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Henriksen, Marchman, Priola, Fields, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Danielson, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the amendment fails. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 4?
Cal Amendment 4 to Senate Bill 1. Senator Liston move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to
Senator
show.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cal Amendment 004 to Senate Bill 001.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, what this is, we had a good discussion about it. To refresh your memories, this deals with portability for the seniors. If there's anything that we've heard here over the last couple, 3 years that the seniors want, I mean, they certainly are very concerned about their increase in property taxes. We'll get to that in a few minutes. But they really, through testimony that I've seen in presenting comparable bills, is they greatly appreciate the portability factor. And that's what my amendment does, the Cow Amendment 4, or Amendment L025. And this was in Proposition HH. And whether people support it or not for the various reasons, whether they did or they didn't, certainly this was a very valid reason. It is logical, it's fair, it makes sense for the seniors, and this is for medical necessity. It's not like they can just get up and do it whenever they want. There are parameters, and this will not have a fiscal impact. Certainly nothing significant, that's for sure. It's not like all the seniors are going to suddenly up and move here in 2023, because this is the only year it applies. But if you're listening to your constituents, whether it's the seniors or the disabled veterans, which I encourage you to do, I know I do, and I know a lot of friends on this side of the aisle do, and I think people on your side of the aisle do as well, at least I hope you do, then I encourage you to, for an aye vote on Cow Amendment 4, and let's treat people who truly need some help, the seniors and disabled veterans, and this amendment will go a long way to helping them. Please vote for Cow 4. Thank you.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the premise of this amendment. In fact, I was looking at bringing this bill to special session, but we didn't have enough time because there are some nuances to the finances that we need to dig into to see how we're going to pay for it and the cost. There's a lot more details that we have to take that extra time so that our voters can understand, that our constituents can understand. And we need to figure out exactly how to pay for it. So I urge a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, the members, the government may have the time, but the seniors don't. They are about to be socked with a huge property tax increase if we don't do something. They are desperate for property tax relief. This is a small modicum that will allow them to do something about it. Let's not just worry about government, let's worry about people. And that's what this does. This puts people above government. Please vote for an aye vote on 004.
Senator Colker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to alleviate some of your fears on that, this is one of my first 5, this bill. We are going to work on it. We are going to get it done. And I just want to ask, how are you going to pay for it right now?
I'd be curious about the answer to that question as well. But, seeing no further, Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure we're all clear that this would be paid for, just so there's an answer, it would be paid for from TABOR refund dollars. So this is a property tax cut being paid for by TABOR refund dollars, being proposed by a Republican member of the chamber, and it's on a recorded vote. So I just want to be clear that the official position here is that we don't believe in using TABOR refunds for property tax cuts unless it's for this particular mechanism. Cool.
Senator Lundin.
And I would want to redirect, thank you, Mr. President, I would redirect slightly to acknowledge that this particular element that honors the seniors of Colorado, the disabled veterans of Colorado, and the Gold Star families, people who lost someone in service to our country, is in the Constitution, not in the statute, as all the other conversations we have had today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mechanism is in the Constitution. This legislation would be legislation, and this legislation would cause a property tax refund to occur that comes from TABOR refunds. So I just want to make sure we're clear on exactly what this is. And not talking about the merits of this particular property tax exemption. Fully support the senior property homestead tax exemption. Worked with the minority leader on expanding it a couple years ago, last year. So strongly believe in it. Just want to make sure that we're clear on where these dollars come from, which is from TABOR refunds.
Seeing no further discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Minority Leader.
To the core, what we're really talking about in all of the arguments we've been making is the will of the people. The people said, we will that this be done. We will put this in the Constitution, and we will allow for the mechanism for payment of it as has been constructed. The will of the people is what we're fighting to defend. This is consistent with the will of the people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to bring up, again, which has already been mentioned, the double standard as we talk about the will of the voters. Because we have said in narrow circumstances to each of the many different variables of property or Proposition HH that, well, the voters rejected this. And one of the things that we have heard brought up again and again is, well, the voters rejected going into TABOR refunds. And when that was brought up again, and I brought it up in committee on a bill similar to this yesterday, when it was brought up just a minute ago by a colleague of mine, the response was, yeah, but these are a very special set, an important set of Colorado residents, a vulnerable set of Colorado residents. And I'm sympathetic to that. I don't have 100% disability. I don't qualify for the Veterans Homestead exemption. But as a veteran with a VA-rated disability, I take that very seriously. And I promised to the sponsor of the bill that was practically identical to this amendment that I would work with him in good faith to get the policy right to the best that we can fiscally responsibly do for the people of Colorado, both as all Coloradans and then as vulnerable groups who need and deserve and have earned these protections, veterans, senior citizens who've lived in their homes for a decade, more, oftentimes way longer. And so I get quite upset when we're told that voters rejected this as we talk about policies that apply broad-based tax relief to all Coloradans, but it's okay to turn around and deliver us to the specific subset. And I don't feel that it is politically advantageous to do so. And I hope that that's not the case. I will choose to believe that that's not the case. But the thought of that, it rubs me. It rubs me the wrong way.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I wasn't going to come down here, but there seems to be so much interest in this discussion that I felt maybe, just maybe, if I came down and let you know how much I believe in this amendment and what it's doing for veterans, that maybe just one of you might actually change your mind here at about 5 minutes after 4. This amendment's not done because it's politically advantageous. This program is not in the Colorado Constitution because it's politically advantageous. It's there because it represents a judgment of the citizens of Colorado. And of all of the reasons I heard that HH was rejected, I didn't hear and haven't heard, and I will not hear, I wager you, from someone who says, I voted against HH because of that preferential treatment for senior citizens and disabled veterans and Gold Star family. I don't think that's going to be the case. Now, I was sitting there for about an hour thinking about that, but I knew that if I came down here and I let you know that this is the case, maybe, just maybe, the vote will be something other than 12 for, 22 against, and 1 excuse.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 4 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Exum, Gonzalez. Janal, Henriksen, Sullivan, Bridges, Michelson Janae, Danielson, Cutter, Marchman, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez. Zenzinger. Hanson. Fields. Priola. Buckner. Jaquez Lewis. Winter. Please have the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Cow Amendment 4 is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 7?
Cal Amendment 7 to Senate Bill 1.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cal Amendment 7 to Senate Bill 001.
To the amendment.
Very good. Well, members, I don't make mistakes very often, but I did make a slight mistake, which I'm willing to admit that I made a mistake. But when I make a mistake, I try and correct it. So I did, and that's what Cal Amendment number 7 does, is that through whatever, it just happened through miscommunication or misinterpretation, I'll take the blame, is that the good senator from Denver was correct about. Yeah, don't fall over, but he was correct for the time being. But I had mentioned when I explained the original amendment, Amendment L026, certainly what I meant and what was written were two different things, that it would be a increase of $50,000 for the senior homestead exemption property tax, and for the in speaking to the amendment clerk, we ironed it out, and what Cal Amendment 7 does is it does change it to the correct language of what I meant. I'm going to read it to you just so you have it. And it says, and for the property tax year commencing on January 1st, 2023, 50% of the first $300,000 of actual value of residential property that as of the assessment date is owner occupied and is used as the primary residence. That is what it does, is it raises it from $100,000 to $150,000, which is what I meant. So that is what you'll be voting on. That is a very modest increase, $50,000, which, as I had said to you, has not been raised for over 21, almost 22 years. It's an approximately, the fiscal note would be approximately $38 million instead of the $115 million. You know, we talk about the money that's been talked about. You know, we have the money, whether we get it from the TABOR reserves or we get it from the State Reserve Fund or the State Education Fund or the General Fund or whatever. The money is out there to help the seniors this one time of $38 million. It's there. We all know it is. And like I say, we're going to see a bill tomorrow that's coming our way that's going to give renters assistance to the tune of $30 million. I don't begrudge them that or so, but if assuming it comes over from the House, and yet we can't find anything for the seniors that are paying, that have paid tens and tens of thousands of dollars, I think the seniors will be extremely disappointed, as well as the disabled veterans and the Gold Star mothers. So, you know, I'm not going to belabor this. You know where I'm coming from. It's very modest in scope. I would ask that you do this for the people in your district. We all have seniors and deserving veterans and so forth in our districts. I think it's the least we can do until we get this figured out. So I urge an aye vote for L007, and my apologies to the good senator from Denver.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and no apology needed. I really appreciate you bringing Cow 7, which I think was your original intent, I think is what you're relaying to us, and that makes total sense. So you're absolutely right. In this new draft, it would be a 50% expansion of our current homestead exemption, but unfortunately, the fiscal impact of that is actually $100 million. So right now, we're at about $180 million going into next year for senior homestead exemption. This is 1.5 times that, taking us to 270. So it's about a $100 million impact. And again, to reinforce the point that we've talked about before, this additional $100 million would be coming out of the TABOR refunds. So if we adopt Cow 7, we would be adding $50,000 to the existing $100,000 exemption. It'd be a $100 million impact and would come out of TABOR refunds. So that is essentially what we've got in front of us with this one. But I do have some good news, which is that if we adopt Senate Bill 1, and the House does the same, and the governor signs it, we will be providing $55,000 of additional exemption for everyone covered in Cow Amendment 7 and everybody else who has a residential property in the state. So we can do this. It's called Senate Bill 1. We do not, we're not in the position to make the change as contemplated by this amendment, and I urge a no vote.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm glad to hear the good senator from Denver say that we can do this. It's in Senate Bill 1. Well, then let's do it. If I have to, quote, fall on my sword, whether I personally don't believe it's $100 million. I believe it's $38 million. But we have the money. And the seniors are struggling. They're going to get hit with a huge property tax increase. We have the money. And if it means it comes from the TABOR reserve, that's what we've got it for right now, for the time being. You know, yes, in a perfect world, I'd like for it to come from the reserve fund, but I don't care really, just speaking for myself, I don't care where it comes from. It's the seniors and the disabled veterans that deserve it. So let's do it for them, okay? And not squabble over it. They deserve it. Thank you.
Question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 7. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Exum, Janal, Sullivan, Zenzinger, Bridges, Danielson, Hansen, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Hendrickson, Marchman, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Winter, Jaquez Lewis. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 21 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, that amendment fails. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 6?
Cow Amendment 6 to Senate Bill 1.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 6 to Senate Bill 1.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just discussed this not too long ago. It's the simple solution that is a straightforward cap on increases in property taxes while still allowing a modest 6% increase for local governments, counties, municipalities, fire protection districts, special districts. Doesn't touch reserves at all, doesn't touch TABOR refunds, and solves the backfill problem by still allowing government at all levels to grow at a modest rate. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I urge a no vote on Cow 6. Doing a hard cap as suggested here is essentially repeating the mistake of California, the Prop 13. I have a feeling we're going to continue this discussion over the coming months. But at this point, I think it'd be a big mistake to adopt Cow number 6, and I urge a no vote.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 6 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Janal, Sullivan, Danielson, Zenzinger, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, Marchman, Kolker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Hanson, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Winter. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 22 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Cow Amendment 6 is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 9?
Cow Amendment 9 to Senate Bill
Senator
1.
Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 9.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this makes a small adjustment to Amendment L27 that we adopted earlier. We got some advice about the order of the words from council, and just want to make a minor adjustment to how we move forward with L27. So urge a yes vote on Cow number 9.
The question before the body is the adoption of Cow 9 to the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Cow Amendment 9 is passed. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Dave, you can't vote. Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Didn't see you back there. Simpson. Mr. Minority Leader, will you make sure the members of your caucus are here when we're casting votes, please? Oh, Lundin. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 23B3 is amended. Senate Bill 23B1 is amended. Passed on second reading, order engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Message from the House.
November 18, Mr. President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to Revisor Statutes House Bill 1003, amended as printed in House Journal November 18th. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to Revisor Statutes House Bill 1008 and 1002, amended as printed in House Journal November 18th.
Message from the Revisor.
November 18th, message from the Revisor. We herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1002, 1003, 1008.
In introduction of bills.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives Wilford and Young and Senators Coker and Fields concerning the increase in the earned income tax credit from income tax year 2023 and in connection with making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1003 by Representative Snyder and Senator Mulca concerning the creation of the property tax force and in connection with making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1008 by Representatives Leader and Story and Senator Mulca concerning an appropriation to the Department of the Treasury to support the administration of the property tax deferral program during the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
Appropriations. Announcements. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Appropriations will meet on adjournment of the other committees. We will hear bills that have been referred to us in addition to House Bill 1008, where we are the committee of reference. And once again, we will be in this building in room 357. See you 15 minutes after the adjournment of the other committees.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting in room 357 to hear House Bill 1002 and House Bill 1003, and we will be meeting approximately 15 minutes after we gavel out. See you there.
Would the Senate choir please assemble to wish a happy birthday to members with birthdays in November, which includes Senator Rich, whose birthday is today. What? Wow. This must be the best birthday present ever. You ready for this, Senator Buckner? We've got Senator Pelton B. on the 4th, Senator Michelson Janae on the 14th, Senator Danielson on the 16th, Senator Rich, which is today, and Senator Simpson on the 30th. Take it away.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jennifer. Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you all. May the dear Lord bless you.
Okay, Stevie Wonder.
We've got the choir members. The choir needs.
We're going to sing for Mason.
So in addition to Senator Rich,
For Mason, her grandson.
there's another birthday that we need to sing a very special happy birthday to. To Mason.
To you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mason. Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Mason, and your grandma loves you too. May the dear Lord bless you.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a reminder to everybody, we will be having Cosmos Pizza delivered tonight at 5:30. The plan for the evening is for us to go to committees, have our one committee, have approps, and then come back to the floor for special orders. On that note, we will recess until 5 o'clock. And I move this, thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reset. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 5 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 5 p.m. today.